by His Excellency, and then we shall have the photo moment, and then we shall conclude our program with the national anthems. Thereafter, technicians, my microphone keeps going off. Help with that. Thereafter, we have prepared lunch. We shall have lunch, and then we shall depart at leisure. And that should be by 2 p.m. My name is Anguzu Lino. I am an assistant DPP, and I will be your master of ceremonies, or is it director of programs for this morning. And I will be assisted by Mr. David Baxter Bachibinga, Chief State Attorney, and Ms. Jacqueline Okui, Senior State Attorney. For our places of convenience, they will be right down behind this tent to my right, and for our VIPs, there is a tent just to the right of my current position, just outside the tent on this side. So we will use them if we are inconvenienced or when we are inconvenienced. Now, without much ado, gentlemen and ladies, we will just hold the program for a second to allow the Chief Justice to walk in and take his seat. The policeman can continue entertaining us as we allow that to settle down. My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, you are most welcome. My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Justices of the High Court who are present with us today, the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, Permanent Secretaries, the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, our keynote speaker for today, members of the Kagezi family who are present with us this morning, members of the top management of the office of the DPP, the Mayor, Kampala Central Division, heads of international organizations who are present with us today, the Chief Registrar, Courts of Judicature, Executive Directors, heads of non-governmental organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries in your various capacities, ladies and gentlemen, you are all most welcome to grace this occasion when we hold the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. This is an annual event for us in the office of the DPP, where we remember our fallen colleague. It gives us great pleasure to have all of you here with us today, and we thank you very much for honoring the invitation of the Director of Public Prosecutions. We are expecting His Excellency the President to join us a little later, but for now we will start our program. We're just running about 10 minutes late, but I think we're in time. For places of convenience, for other guests, please use the facilities to my right, to the right of the tent, just behind the hospitality tent. For our VIPs, there's another tent we've set to the right of this tent, just behind me. You will use those should you feel inconvenienced. My name is Anguzulino. I am an assistant DPP. I will be your director of programs this morning. I will be assisted by Mr. David Baxter Bachibinga, who is over there, Chief State Attorney. And I will also be assisted by Miss Jacqueline Okuyu, we just call her Jackie, Senior State Attorney. The program is in your folders, and so I will not run over it again. Now I will request all of us to stand up for the national anthems, being led by the melodious Uganda Police Jazz Band. Thank you very much. We may take our seats. My Lord, the Chief Justice, and all our distinguished invited guests, you're most welcome. I am just standing here looking at the Director of Public Prosecutions. I can see her smiling ear to ear just by seeing all of you here. Her smile reflects the joy all of us in the office of the DPP feel at your presence. And on that note, and without much ado, it is my honor to invite the Director of Public Prosecutions, who is your host today, to come and make a few opening remarks. My lady, you're most welcome.
My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, allow me, my Lord, to observe the protocol as laid out by Lino, because it is so long. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture today. As you may remember, Joan was assassinated sometime on the 30th of March, way back in 2015, as she headed home from work in the company of 3 of our 4 children. 2 are here with us today. We are gathered here yet again in memory of our dear fallen colleague, Joan Kagezi. Death took away a genuinely warm individual, more importantly, a loving mother, and deprived so many others, including us all, of a good friend. We continue to celebrate her life, and that was well lived. It was a life well lived, because it was a life committed to the cause of a crime-free Uganda. Not many live behind a legacy of such dedication and accomplishments. That is why we resolved to commemorate our life and service to the nation annually, to reflect on our national, regional, and global challenges as prosecutors and share experiences. My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, for the last 3 days, the prosecutors have been in Kampala. We have prosecutors from all over the country. They have been in Kampala from Monday until yesterday. And we were discussing so many issues, and not, of course, forgetting terrorism, which is an ever-present threat. And this year, the Memorial Lecture crowns our annual Prosecutors Symposium, which is an annual event to enable us as prosecutors take stock of our activities and offer accountability in line with our constitutional mandate. The Joan Kagezi I knew was a consummate prosecutor who mentored many of us, including myself, and we really, truly still miss her. I'm glad to report that 4 of our killers were arrested early this year and they are charged in courts of law after a long hunt for them. Thank you. They have since been committed to the High Court, my Lord, for trial, and we await on you, my Lord, to consent to the case for the hearing of the case to begin. The prosecution team is ready for the task. I was asked sometime last week that we are putting a lot of emotion in this case, that aren't we, it is like the prosecutors are doing mob justice. And I told the 4th Estate that definitely we are not going to put emotions in this case. But of course, we are going to have emotions because she was one of us. But we are going to handle the case, my Lord, the Chief Justice, professionally. Professionally. I would like to, in a special way, thank His Excellency the President for his support and guidance, which actually led to the arrest or an apprehension of these suspects. I would also like to thank the sister security agencies and the prosecutors who played a vital role in the arrest and arraignment of suspects in court. I wish also to thank the government of Uganda and other development partners who are here today. There are many of them. The keynote speaker from UNODC is the head of office. We have HTIA, we have UNICEF, we have IDLO. And please, if I don't mention you, just know that we really, really appreciate your partnership with the Office of the DPP. And of course, the governance and security, former JELOS. This year's JK Memorial is organized under the theme, Prosecution of Transnational Organized Crimes to Foster Security and Socio-Economic Development, the linkage between terrorism, human trafficking, and smuggling of migrants. Uganda, just like the rest of the world, is grappling with organized crime that is thriving, courtesy of globalization and, of course, advancement of technology. The criminals are operating discreetly and often leaving little or no traces for their detection. They are now operating without borders. Organized transnational crimes like human trafficking, terrorism, name it, are threatening to apprehend the human race. This should be a wake-up call for all law enforcement agencies to raise their game to counter these criminals, and we can do it. By the time of her assassination, Joan Kagezi was heading the International Crimes Department, which is now being headed by Lino. And she was at the forefront of fighting transnational organized crimes. One of our success stories was the successful prosecution of the July 2010 terrorism case. You might say that, but she wasn't there by the time these people were convicted. She ably guided the police and security agencies who were involved in investigations. As prosecution and as investigators, we very well know that you actually either win or lose a case at investigations. So she did that, and we say that she won that case. The team under her charge put in place case management strategies that enabled the successful prosecution of the case. Organized crime like terrorism has adverse effects on the economy. Furthermore, it scares off investors, both foreign and international, and of course, tourists. Organized crime instills fear and intimidation in the local population, and it slows down production. Agricultural and industrial production, the backbone of our economy, which of course negatively impacts on GDP without say. This year's theme is focusing on the linkage between human trafficking, terrorism, and smuggling of migrants, and how they can be effectively prosecuted to foster socio-economic development. The three evils, my Lord, are an encouragement of organized crimes, and they complement each other. Human trafficking involves the transportation, recruitment, receiving, hiring, maintaining a person by means either of fraud or coercion, or abuse of position of vulnerable, or abuse of position of power for purposes of exploitation. The explanation in human trafficking is diversified, but for purposes of today's theme, my Lord, we shall highlight the use of victims in illegal activities and use of children in commission of crime and armed conflicts. On the other hand, smuggling of migrants involves the illegal transportation of migrants from one country to another. These two crimes are both motivated, my Lord, by financial gain. Sorry about that. One of the factors that has created a conducive atmosphere for human trafficking, my Lord, to thrive is war. Yeah, that's technology, my lord. Sorry about that. The displaced people are smuggled from various states to Uganda, where they become desperate and fall into the hands of the traffickers or extremists who radicalize and recruit them into terrorist organizations. It is on record, my lord, that armed terrorists and insurgent groups like the LRA, Al-Shabaab, and of course ADF have a long time thrived on human trafficking as their main source of manpower. They use abduction, coercion, and of recent fraud to recruit their victims into the criminal organizations. They have embarked on mass radicalization of children, my lord, and have forcefully recruited them into their criminal organizations and training to combat alongside adults. The armed insurgents use acts of violence that is synonymous with human trafficking as a means to achieve their strategic objectives, one of which, of course, is to intimidate the population. Armed terrorists and transnational criminal gangs like the ADF, Al-Shabaab, and LRA directly profit from trafficking with their victims, either subjected to sexual slavery, kidnapped for ransom, and even forced prostitution, my lord. The money that's generated from human trafficking is used to facilitate these terrorist activities. The sophisticated nature of transnational organized crime leaves no trace, which makes it complicated for the investigators. This, in part, my lord, explains why the killers of Joan Kagezi took a long 8 years for them to be arrested. It is therefore important that as a country, we need to strengthen the capacities of the criminal justice actors, players like the prosecutors, the investigators, my lord, and also the judicial officers, so that they are equipped with the skills to counter organized criminal gangs. At the same time, it's imperative that the prosecutors embrace puzzle-solving solutions, like the prosecution-guided investigations that we are actually doing in some of the cases. If crimes crosses borders, so must law enforcement. There is need to embrace and strengthen international cooperation between Uganda and the states where these criminal gangs operate from. Lastly, my lord, the experience of losing Joan Kagezi in such a barbaric manner, so uncalled for, so meaningless, underscores the protection of prosecutors handling organized cross-border crimes. There's a clear linkage between human trafficking, smuggling of migrants, and of course terrorism. The three evils may be independent of each other, but they are really interdependent. Where the prosecutors and investigators are properly trained and skilled, they will ensure that these cases are properly investigated, and this will in turn lead to the efficient and effective prosecution of criminals. My lord, if a case is well investigated and a good prosecutor presents this case before a judicial officer, even you as a judicial officer will really be, it is so easy for you to understand the case and appreciate it. So we should do our work to make your work easier. I want to welcome you all once again to the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our indomitable Director of Public Prosecutions. My Lord the Chief Justice, I will beg your pardon. I skipped inadvertently a very important item on our program. We are a country that believes in the power of the Almighty. Our motto says, for God first, and then my country. And so we should have had prayers, which I inadvertently omitted. And I apologize. And so while I invite Ms. Marion Benbella to come here to lead us in a word of prayer. Marion, where are you? Marion, walk here, please. And in the meantime, my technical team, my microphones keep dying. Can you please come and pay attention to those pieces I put on the side so that we don't get further interruptions? Marion, please come over here and say a word of prayer for us as I invite my Lord the Chief Justice and all the invited guests to stand up so that we have the word of prayer.
Thank you. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Loving Father, we thank you so much for this morning. We thank you, Lord, that we woke up alive and healthy. We thank you, Lord, for everyone that is in this place. We thank you, Lord, that you fulfill plans. We thank you, my Lord and my King, that when we pray, you hear us and answer our prayers. We thank you, Lord, for all the answered prayers we've had for this office. Now, Lord, your word tells us that where two or more are gathered, you're in their midst. And so, Lord, we acknowledge that you're in our midst this morning. And we pray, Lord, that you continue to guide whatever it is that we are going to do in this place. We pray for the guests that are here and ask that you bless them, Lord, for setting aside to come and be part of us. We pray, Lord, for our chief guest that is on his way. Lord, we pray for journey mercies. And so, Lord, we dedicate the entire program today into your hands. Come and guide us, guide our deliberations, give us wisdom. And I pray that whatever it is that we're going to say here, Father, shall be to the glory of your name. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much. We may resume our seats now. On that note, I will now invite a representative of the Kagezi family to come and give us a few remarks.
My Lord the Chief Justice, please allow me adopt the protocol as laid down by the MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th Annual Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the ODPP, UNODC, Human Trafficking Institute, and other stakeholders for supporting and organizing this year's event. As we gather here today, we honor the memory of a remarkable individual whose passion for justice and unwavering commitment to combating transnational crime continues to inspire us all. Our distinguished guests, the theme of today's lecture, Prosecution of Transnational Crime to Foster Socio-Economic Development, with the linkage between terrorism, human trafficking, and smuggling of migrants, holds profound significance in the context of our globalized world. Transnational crime knows no borders. It thrives on exploiting vulnerabilities, preying on the innocent, undermining the rule of law, and tragically, immigrants are often among its most vulnerable victims. Joan Kagezi was not only a prosecutor, she was also a champion for the rights of migrants. She understood the hardships they faced, the exploitation, the abuse, the discrimination, and she worked tirelessly to advocate for their rights and seek justice on their behalf. Research has shown that crimes of smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons are intertwined and somewhat greatly indistinguishable. The intensity of the fostering of prosecutions has increased even amidst the challenges that journey possesses. From the available data, prosecutions of suspected traffickers have increased and on the increase in Uganda, which can be greatly attributed to training, of law enforcement agents, creation of new roles within the Uganda Police Force and Criminal Investigations Directorate, in order to guarantee awareness and to brace ourselves and other stakeholders in the war against transnational crimes. The National Action Plan for the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons, Uganda, 2019-2024, that was actually launched at one of these memorial lectures, sits within the ecosystem of this fight. We further ought to applaud the efforts towards the signing and implementation of the national referral guidelines for the management of victims of trafficking in Uganda. Our mother, Joan Kagezi, understood this reality all too well. As a dedicated prosecutor in Uganda, she tirelessly fought against transnational crime, particularly crimes like human trafficking and terrorism. She recognized the interconnectedness of these issues and the dire need for international cooperation to address them effectively. In conversations with her about her work, you could definitely tell a desire to dismantle the complexities of transnational crime and the frightening realities of the journey towards combating the same. Nonetheless, her steadfast fight set the pace for the prosecution of transnational crimes, and this continues to humble us. Today's theme is as important as previously discussed themes over the last 6 years of this memorial lecture series, and it is humbling that through the invitations extended by the ODPPP, that both national and international stakeholders make the time to be a part of these deliberations. We believe that this lecture series shall continue to pave the way for insightful action that shall amass from the discussions of the relevance of fostering prosecution of the transnational crimes for socio-economic growth. In the spirit of Joan Kagezi's unwavering dedication, may we continue to appreciate the meaningful dialogues, sharing knowledge and insights in order to further renew our commitment to building a world free of the scourge of transnational crimes. Please join me once again in welcoming you all to the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, and may you be inspired, challenged, and your resolve for justice strengthened by the end of this lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip Kagezi, for the wonderful remarks. Another round of applause to Philip, who has always braved the eyes of the public to speak on not a very easy subject involving a deceased mother. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Uganda, His Lordship Alphonse Chigamoy Owindolo. Thank you for coming. Would like to recognize the presence of His Lordship Justice Richard Butera, the Deputy Chief Justice, and our former Director. I think he's the longest serving DPP in the world. Because I was in Bahamas and worked with one who served for 1.5 years. So I'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Okuo Kajuga, our former colleague. Honorable Justice Vincent Wagona, Judge of the High Court, also our former Deputy Director. Would like to recognize the Honorable Lady Justice Cornelia Kakoza Sabiti, the Judge of the High Court, and a good friend to the late Joan Kagezi and her family. would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Lady Justice Naluze Aisha, a former colleague. Thank you for coming. Would like to recognize the presence of Her Worship, Sarah Langa, CU, the Chief Registrar of the Courts of Judicature. In our midst, we have the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Chairman himself, the Honorable Norbert Mao. Would like to recognize the presence of Ms. Rachel Odoi Musoke, the Senior Technical Advisor, Access to Justice, Sub-Program under the Ministry of Justice. We would like to recognize Mr. Sam Waidagala, the Deputy Senior Technical Advisor, Access to Justice. Ms. Lucy Ladira, Technical Advisor, Criminal Justice, Access to Justice Program, and a former colleague. We'd like to recognize the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, Afande Akena. You're most welcome. We'd like to recognize the Commissioner of Police, Lydia Cantono, the Head of War Crimes Department, Uganda Police Force. We would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Daniel Muolobi, who is representing His Excellency Kevin Colgan, the Ambassador of Ireland to Uganda. Thank you for coming. We'd like to recognize Her Excellency Dr. Kaja Yvonne Kasha Boma, the Head of Mission for the Austrian Embassy in Uganda. Thank you. We'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Amos Dylan Ngolove, Legal Advisor, the State House and Corruption Unit, and the former Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you for coming. We'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Wamaitha Kimani, the Country Director, International Justice Missions. Thank you. We'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Gabrielle Massey, the Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute, and a colleague at the Office of DPP as Special Counsel. We'd like to recognize the Mayor of Kampala Central Division, Salim Uhuru. Thank you for coming. I'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Bernadette Narule, Commissioner, Law Reform Commission, on behalf of the Chairperson. We'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Geoffrey Turiam Sima, representing the President of Uganda Law Society. Thank you for coming. We'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Christy Gray, Senior Special Counsel, Human Trafficking Institute. Thank you. We'd like to recognize Ms. Megan Pepper, Special Counsel to the DPP, HTI. Thank you. I'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Lisa Kusha, Legal Programs Coordinator, HTI. Okay. I'd like to recognize the presence of our very own Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal, our former Deputy Director. And we would like to recognize Mr. Damon Wamara, Executive Director, Uganda Child Rights Network. We would like to recognize the presence of Ms. Harriet Keregi, Technical Advisor, GIZ, Better Migration Management. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Yakut Nantatia, the Environmental Crimes Investigator. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Moses Muhumza, the Director, Legal and Corporate Affairs, the National Forest Authority. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the Legal Manager, National Forest Authority, Mr. Kwesiga Joseph. I'd like to recognize Ms. Joyce Ngaiza, who is representing the British High Commissioner to Uganda. You're most welcome. We'd like to recognize Philip's other siblings, that is Carol Kagezi. Thank you for coming. We'd like to recognize Mr. Edgar Remigawo, who is a friend to the Kagezi family. And ladies and gentlemen, next on our program, we're going to have our keynote speaker who is with us. And she is none other than Ms. Sharon Lesa Nyambe from Zambia, and the head of office, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Uganda. She leads a team of experts providing technical assistance to the government and other stakeholders to counter organized crime and strengthen delivery of justice. She holds a Master of Science in Public Health with specialization in health promotion from Leeds Beckett University, UK, and a Cambridge International Diploma in Project Management. She also holds a bachelor's degree in Political Science from Delhi University, India. With over 23 years of professional experience, Ms. Sharon has devoted her career to strengthening criminal justice and health institutions in the Eastern and Southern African regions. She has expertise in policy analysis, community development, international relations, and human rights. She has contributed to capacity building and system strengthening in areas such as penal reforms, illicit drug trafficking, drug demand reduction, trafficking in persons, and smuggling of migrants, corruption and economic crime, and HIV prevention. She is passionate about advancing UNODC's mission of making the world safer from drugs, crime, corruption, and terrorism. Without any further ado, I would like to welcome Ms. Sharon Lesa Nyambe. You're most welcome.
my Lord, the Chief Justice, distinguished guests, allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been laid before us. It is a privilege to speak to you today on behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Uganda. I would like to express my gratitude to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for hosting this year's 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. We are honored to collaborate with the ODPP and support initiatives in combating transnational organized crime. Today we pay tribute to the legacy of Joan Kagezi, a distinguished Ugandan lawyer and prosecutor. Over the course of 23 years, she dedicated herself to the legal profession, eventually reaching the position of Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions. Known for her expertise in handling high-profile cases, she was admired for her unwavering resolve and keen prosecutorial skills. Joan Kagezi served as a shining example, not only for her loved ones, and thank you, Philip, for the welcoming remarks, but also to the numerous individuals, especially women like myself, for her significant contributions to the field of criminal justice during her time as a prosecutor. We commend the government of Uganda, led by His Excellency, for the advancements in the case of the assassination of the late Joan Kagezi. The theme for this year, enhancing security and socio-economic development through prosecution of transnational organized crime, the intersection of terrorism, human trafficking, and smuggling of migrants, highlights the vital importance of prosecuting transnational organized crime in Uganda and the world generally. My Lord, transnational criminal networks engage in large-scale operations, generating billions of dollars in illegal profits every year. These illicit enterprises take advantage of weaknesses in law enforcement and increasingly utilize technology to extend their influence worldwide. The impact of transnational and organized crime on human lives is particularly alarming. Transnational criminal activities such as human trafficking and smuggling of migrants not only infringe upon fundamental human rights, but also erode the foundation of our communities. My Lord, the Lady Justice Abodo gave us an idea on the key elements relating to human trafficking and smuggling of migrants. But when we look at human trafficking in its diverse manifestations, it represents contemporary enslavement that impacts countless individuals across the board. This abhorrent practice flourishes by preying on vulnerability, employing cohesion and deceit, with a particular focus on women, children, migrants, and refugees. Those victimized by human trafficking endure unspeakable atrocities, being compelled into forced labor, prostitution, and various other forms of servitude against their volition. In the same vein, individuals who smuggle migrants take advantage of their desperate longing for a more prosperous life, enticing them with deceitful assurances and subsequently exposing them to treacherous voyages that jeopardize their lives and overall welfare. The consequences of these criminal acts are severe, stripping victims of their basic human rights and leading to extensive social, economic, and political repercussions. These actions contribute to corruption and instability, creating substantial obstacles to upholding the rule of law and promoting effective governance within a country. Moreover, they hinder progress towards sustainable development and social equity, perpetuating ongoing cycles of poverty and inequality. According to the UNODC Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Analysis on Organized Crime, Uganda remains a source, transit, and endpoint for human trafficking and smuggling of migrants, particularly for purposes of forced labor and sexual exploitation. Women and young girls are at the highest risk of falling victim to transnational human trafficking, often lured under false pretenses of employment opportunities in the Middle East and other parts of Eastern Africa, only to be exploited for sexual trafficking. Children in Uganda, unfortunately, are subjected to internal trafficking for purposes of sex work and forced begging. Additionally, there is a distressing trend of vulnerable young individuals being deceitfully recruited for jobs in the Middle East, resulting in some becoming victims of sex trafficking. Furthermore, there are cases where young boys are trafficked for purpose of recruitment into armed conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo by the Allied Democratic Forces. My Lord, the connection between terrorism and human trafficking and smuggling of migrants adds to the gravity of the situation. These illicit activities serve as a source of funding for terrorist organizations. These groups take advantage of existing networks and routes utilized by traffickers and smugglers. It is imperative to acknowledge that addressing human trafficking and smuggling of migrants necessitates a holistic strategy encompassing prevention, protection, prosecution, and collaboration. UNODC is dedicated to promoting peace and sustainable well-being in order to address the ongoing and constantly changing challenges related to health, security, and justice. And through our efforts, we are contributing to enhancing these efforts in Uganda. Allow me to delve in a little bit deeper, my Lord, in unpacking the key definitions and the international legal framework against terrorism and transnational organized crime. Distinguished guests, when we speak about organized criminal groups and the transnational offense, we need to unpack the two separate themes to understand and provide a basis for some of the elements that were raised earlier by the DPP. For purpose of my lecture, an organized criminal group is a group defined by Article 2 of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational and Organized Crime. And the definition reads as follows. An organized criminal group is a structured group consisting of 3 or more individuals operating over a period of time and collaborating with the intention of carrying out one or more serious crimes or offenses outlined in the convention, with the goal of obtaining a financial or other material benefit. In the convention under Article 3, the UNTOC also defines a transnational offense, and it has various elements. A transnational offense is committed in multiple states, and we learned from the DPP that it's transboundary, so across borders. It is committed in one state, but a significant portion of its preparation, planning, direction, or control occurs in another state. It is committed in one state, but involves an organized criminal group that conducts activities in multiple states. It is committed in one state, but has substantial impact in another state. So basically, a very summarized understanding of what an organized criminal group is. But what is a terrorist group? Who is a terrorist suspect? And what does the international legal framework say against terrorism? Again, for purposes of my lecture, the term terrorist organization refers to a group or an entity that is included in the UN Security Council Consolidated List in accordance with Resolutions 1267 of 1999, 1989 of 2011 and 2253 of 2015, and subsequent resolutions relating to ISIL and Al-Qaeda and affiliated individual groups, activities, and entities. My Lord, these entities may consist of individuals who are reasonably suspected of being terrorists or having connections to terrorist organizations, including foreign terrorist fighters. Terrorist foreign fighters normally engage in acts of terrorism to further their objectives. However, it's important to note that each nation has the right to request the inclusion or removal of entities involved in terrorist activities or linked to terrorist organizations from the UN consolidated list. Additionally, both at national and regional level, there exists compilations of individuals and organizations involved in terrorism, and this has been established in accordance with specific domestic laws, regional frameworks, and regulations. While there's no universally accepted comprehensive definition of terrorism in Eastern Africa, in this specific context, the East Africa Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization, through their Counterterrorism Center of Excellence, defines terrorism based on the UN Security Council Resolution 1566 of 2024. This resolution, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, condemns and urges member states to prevent criminal acts that fall within the scope of international conventions and protocols on terrorism. These acts include violence against civilians with the intention to cause harm or serious injury. It includes hostage taking and the purpose of instilling fear in the general public or specific individuals. It's important to note that additionally, terrorism aims to intimidate populations or to coerce governments and international organizations into specific actions or inactions. International endeavors to prevent and counter terrorism are directed by 19 thematic international legal instruments and resolutions from the United Nations Security Council and General Assembly, collectively referred as the Universal Legal Framework Against Terrorism. When it comes to the linkage between terrorism and organized crime, the UN Security Council and the General Assembly have been helpful to help us unpack what these two elements look like and how member states should be guided to counter the nexus. The connection between terrorism and transnational organized crime is acknowledged by the UN Security Council and General Assembly, and allow me to give a few examples. Under Resolution 2161 of the UN Security Council of 2014 and 2195 of 2014 acknowledges the potential for terrorist groups to profit from and engage in transnational crime. An additional resolution, 2462 of 2019, focuses on terrorist financing, while the last resolution, 2482, expresses concern about terrorists benefiting from organized crime and calls for further research to better understand the nature and extent of the linkages between transnational organized crime and terrorism. In our region, the resolution 2551 of 2020 specifically addresses how Al-Shabaab generates revenue, imposing an arms embargo and prohibiting charcoal exports. The 7th review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy reaffirmed the existence of a connection between terrorism and transnational organized crime, urging member states as well as international and regional organizations to enhance their understanding and support initiatives at addressing the linkages. We need to explore the diverse aspects of the connection between organized crime and terrorism. My Lord, on July 19, 2019, the Security Council passed Resolution 2482 of 2019, expressing concerns about the potential for terrorists to exploit organized crime for financial or logistical support, including activities such as human trafficking and arms trafficking. The Security Council called on the Secretary General to submit a joint report by UNODC and the Office of Counterterrorism detailing the efforts made by member states and the United Nations entities to address the connection between terrorism and organized crime. The report, my lord, was released in 2020, and it revealed that member states had reported various instances of these connections, including opportunistic alliances formed due to shared animosity towards national authorities, limited economic opportunities, common operational areas, ethnic ties, or financial gain. Some member states also stated that these connections could have originated in prisons. And I see my elder, Mr. Akena, we've discussed several times how the ADF is linked to Luzira prisons in the case of Uganda. The connections outlined in the report encompass a wide range of criminal activities, such as human trafficking, illegal arms trade, document forgery, ransom kidnappings, car theft, illegal mining, drug trafficking, and trafficking of cultural property. Additionally, organized crime groups are said to play a role in facilitating the transportation of terrorists across borders and in engaging foreign terrorist fighters in criminal operations. Distinguished guests, conversely, concerned about potential increased scrutiny from national authorities due to connections with terrorist organizations, some organized crime groups are increasingly distancing themselves from terrorist organizations. Certain member states have indicated that limited investigative capacities or low levels of terrorist activities make it difficult to definitively establish links between terrorists and organized crime groups. Efforts to combat terrorist financing have initiated discussions on the relationship between terrorism and organized crime. The connection may manifest as a reciprocal recruitment arrangement. Criminal organizations, such as gangs or larger syndicates, are targeted by terrorist groups to enlist individuals. These criminal networks are then utilized to facilitate the smuggling of illegal goods. The recruitment of individuals from criminal networks can serve various purposes for the terrorist group. It can bolster the confidentiality of their operations, grant them entry into untapped illicit markets, or bring the individuals with expertise in acts of violence. Moreover, the objective of an organized crime and a terrorist organization can vary. Criminal groups prioritize profit-making as their ultimate goal, although they may, in rare instances, involve themselves in political activities. Their main intention, though, is to facilitate criminal operations. On the other hand, we see terrorist groups view profit-making as a means to an end. It is worth noting that both terrorist and organized crime groups exhibit pragmatism in achieving their respective objectives. The connection between organized crime and terrorism can often blur the lines between which group is behind which criminal activity. And therefore, it is crucial to identify the motives behind a specific crime in order to determine whether counterterrorism laws, organized crime laws, or both should be applied for prosecution. A deeper insight into how groups fund their criminal activities is essential for accurately identifying the perpetrators, but this task is becoming increasingly difficult as groups tend to digital money transfers and cryptocurrencies. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point of the lecture, the discussion will center on the different ways which terrorist organizations and armed groups can engage in and benefit from criminal enterprises such as drug trafficking, firearms trafficking, human trafficking, migrant smuggling, wildlife and forest crime, taxation, and extortion. Many terrorist groups, ladies and gentlemen, do not function as tightly controlled hierarchies, but rather as a decentralized cell. In these cells, individuals may play a more direct role in the transnational organized crime itself, or separate from that of the terrorist actions. As a result, individual participation in either activity is not fixed and can shift between various groups and criminal activities. Therefore, when examining the connection between terrorism and transnational organized crime, it is important to take into account the principle that responsibility and punishment are personal and can only be imposed on the perpetrator as outlined I wish to acknowledge the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. Madam, thank you. You've just joined the lecture series, and I am currently addressing the transnational organized crime and terrorism linkages. In the Eastern African region, we have learned that Al-Shabaab stands out among the discussed terrorist groups as the most proficient in generating income and maintaining strong ties with organized crime. It either involves itself in criminal activities or establishes connections with criminal networks as a means to sustain its operations. Al-Shabaab has established a very well-structured system for collecting revenue, reducing its dependence on external funding sources. According to the 2022 report by the UN Security Council, the analytical team was able to establish that Al-Shabaab is capable of amassing monthly collection from $2 million to $10 million from its business strategy. Additionally, the group employs an extensive illicit taxation system to extort money from citizens. It targets various goods and services. We've also learned that Al-Shabaab also exploits the collection of zakat by conducting thorough lifestyle audits of affluent businessmen. This is all in an effort to gather revenue. We also see the group utilizing quite proficiently the use of mobile money, local bank accounts, and mobile transfer wallet. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, how is terrorism linked to trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants? My lord, smuggling of migrants is a widespread issue in Eastern Africa. The smuggling routes extend from the Horn to the Arabian Peninsula, North Africa, with additional routes heading through Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique, frequently ending up in South Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, migrants heavily depend on smugglers to facilitate their crossing of international borders, making them susceptible to human trafficking. And as a result, there's a very thin line between migrant smuggling and human trafficking. Migrant smuggling presents a significant opportunity for criminal, armed, and terrorist groups to finance their activities. It allows them to acquire arms, impose taxes, and expand their forces. However, it is more common for terrorist groups to tax the smuggling routes rather than them being engaged in the activity themselves. Additionally, there is a connection between firearms trafficking and migrant smuggling, as the illegal sale of migrants' firearms can aid in their smuggling. Recently, there has been a rise in the number of migrants entering our neighbor Kenya and selling firearms to fund their journey. They use the proceeds to pay smugglers, enabling them to bypass security, checkpoints, and to travel further in the interior of the country. My lord, smuggling networks have been alarmingly utilized to transport fighters in and out of the region. According to the Monitoring Group on Somalia and Eritrea, facilitators have been creating counterfeit documentation to facilitate the movement of fighters, enabling terrorist groups to take advantage of the global smuggling activities. In 2019, an Interpol operation focusing on criminal mobility identified 827 individuals at air and land border points in the Eastern African region, some of whom were connected to terrorism. There was evidence of individuals using smuggling networks to aid their entry into Somalia, while some individuals willingly join Al-Shabaab and other trafficking networks. The majority are lured under the falsehood of job opportunities. When it comes to forced recruitment carried out by terrorist organizations, it is highly linked to human trafficking. This is particularly evident in the recruitment and exploitation of children, who are often forced to become soldiers, porters, cooks, lookouts, or even sexual slaves, as we've seen with Boko Haram in Nigeria, where a lot of young girls are missing. The recruitment and exploitation of children is a prevalent practice, my lord, among all terrorist groups operating in Eastern Africa. A good example, in Uganda, we make reference to the Lord Resistance Army, who through their tenure from 1980 to 2004, we saw over 50,000 individuals from northern Uganda recruited to join the LRA, and half of those were children below the age of 18. The LRA gained notoriety for its extensive use of child soldiers. Another terrorist group which is active in Uganda is the Allied Democratic Forces, which is known for its recruitment of child soldiers. My lord, the report from the 2012 group of experts emphasized that the recruitment of children by the ADF, with one instance involving a recruiter apprehended by Ugandan authorities while transporting 6 boys to the DRC, is becoming alarming. Another incident saw the rescue of 30 children from a training facility on Lake Victoria. A recent video released by ISCAP in the DRC featured many child soldiers with fighters swearing allegiance to Daesh. While there is limited evidence of child soldiers used in Mozambique, new sources suggest that ISCAP is training a significant number of boys in Mozambique. Furthermore, there are growing reports of children involved in ISCAP in both Mozambique and the DRC, and it's important for our inter-regional networks. When it comes to the vulnerability of women and young girls, one terrorist group stands out, and that is Al-Shabaab. It exhibits a higher occurrence of cohesive recruitment of women compared to other groups in the region. There exists a very clear distinction between Somali and non-Somali women in this regard. Somali women are more susceptible to being compelled into marriages, which grants them a certain level of hierarchy in the legal status in the terrorist organization. Conversely, other women, particularly from our neighbors in Kenya, are more likely to be subjected to sexual slavery or domestic servitude. The prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence has been on the rise in Somalia and other regional countries relating to these terrorist groups. I will now quickly end by trying to help unpack the connection between the different roles played by the criminal activity as we know it and the different perpetrators. And allow me just to choose 4 organized crime groups. We will look at the role played by terrorists when it comes to drug trafficking, arms trafficking, trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants, and wildlife and forest crime, because these 4 are quite interdependent. When we look at the role of the terrorists when it comes to drug trafficking, they are heavily involved in taxation when narcotic drugs are moving within their territory. For arms trafficking, however, we see that terrorists are a customer as well as they facilitate the trade through their territories. When it comes to trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants, we see the use of taxation to raise income. We see that they also utilize the smuggling routes to enhance their own operations. We also see that they take advantage of the smuggling of migrants to recruit children, sexually exploit children, and force some of them into marriage. When it comes to wildlife and forest crime, there's a direct involvement in both poaching and also accessing the routes that are used by those who are illicitly trafficking wildlife and forest crimes. My lady, allow me to just end with key recommendations, and I hope our panelists will help us unpack this and bring it into our own context. But it is crucial to highlight that detailed suggestions for enhancing the response to the connection between transnational and organized crime and terrorism, as outlined in the UN Resolution 2482 of 2019 and the Hague Good Practices established by the Global Counterterrorism Forum, are applied in our region. Some of the key recommendations, there are many. There are detailed recommendations that are specific to detection, investigation, prosecution, and also adjudication. But allow me to just quickly run through this, as I know we're running out of time. My Lord, there's a need to enhance the collaboration in intelligence gathering and sharing among law enforcement and criminal justice professionals at both international and regional levels. And within Uganda, this should be cascaded to the lowest government structures as well. We need to improve prison management practices to deter radicalization and the recruitment of individuals into transnational organized crime or terrorist groups. We need to advocate for interagency coordination through national action plans to facilitate information sharing and the creation of joint task forces, operational centers, and other mechanisms for cooperation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, organized crime, the nexus between organized crime and terrorism is multifaceted, so it requires a multidisciplinary approach to address this scourge. My Lord, we need to provide a backing for global partnerships, such as regional cooperation, platforms, bilateral information exchange, agreements, deployment of liaison officers, utilization of Interpol and regional databases, including mutual legal assistance treaties. We need to establish and utilize databases for collection and analysis of information. We need to establish collaborations between the public and private sector to combat targeted criminal markets, such as art dealers, firearms manufacturers, the bank, internet service providers, and other entities. And lastly, my Lord, we need to enhance the capabilities of law enforcement agencies in identifying and thwarting the trafficking of illegal goods and the smuggling of individuals. In closing, allow me to address the prosecutors. Dear distinguished prosecutors, the prosecution of cases involving organized crime has made substantial advancements in recent years. We learned from Philip that we've seen advancements in the number of cases that are going through our courts of law. There's been successful implementation of the prosecution techniques in numerous cases. We've seen collaborative efforts among law enforcement agencies, the use of mitigating punishment, witness immunity, and witness protection have all played crucial roles in prosecuting both organized crime and terrorism in other jurisdictions. By effectively employing these prosecution strategies, we can ensure that the future endeavors to combat organized crime will yield positive outcomes. And we hope that some of the gaps we see in our regulatory framework, especially where we see an absence of a Witness Protection Act, can be prioritized by the criminal justice system in Uganda. The UNODC office in Uganda is working closely with the government of Uganda to formulate a comprehensive national plan to combat organized crime. This strategy aims to facilitate effective coordination between various law enforcement agencies, government departments, and other stakeholders. It will enable the sharing of intelligence information, pooling of resources, and the implementation of cohesive action plans. It is essential to bring those engaged in these illegal activities to justice in order to dismantle the operations, deliver justice to victims, and stop additional exploitation. We are working closely with the ODPP to also enhance prosecution services and ensure that there's capacity building in this process. I will end by, again, commending the government for fully ratifying the UN Convention on Transnational and Organized Crime and its 3 protocols on trafficking in persons, smuggling of migrants, and illicit firearm trafficking. And I'm pleased to note that these will come into effect, the additional protocols, tomorrow, the 26th of June. Sorry, 26th April. Sorry, I'm already in June. The government of Uganda has demonstrated a firm dedication to international collaboration in combating transnational organized crime through the ratification approval of these processes. We highly value our robust partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which has played a pivotal role in getting this done, and the other ministries, departments, and agencies. By giving priority to prosecution, enhancing partnerships, and embracing a holistic approach that tackles the interconnection between terrorism, human trafficking, and smuggling of migrants, we have the potential to cultivate security, safeguard human rights, and advance socio-economic progress in Uganda. I would like to reiterate UNODC's dedication to combat organized crime, and we are eager to enhance our existing collaboration with the government of Uganda, the criminal justice system, and different civil society organizations in the country. I apologize for the very long speech, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. Another round of applause for our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Anita Annette Among. You're most welcome. I'd like to also recognize the presence of Major General Honorable Henry Masiko, representing the Chief of Defense Forces. Thank you for coming. I would like to recognize the presence of the Assistant Inspector General Police, Tom Magambo, the Director of Criminal Investigations. Thank you for coming. I would like to recognize the presence of Brigadier General Isoke Henry, the Head of the State House Anti-Corruption Unit. Thank you for coming. I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Paulina Chiwanga, the Country Representative, United Nations Women. Thank you for coming. I would like to recognize the presence of Ms. Barbara Keeley, the country manager, International Law Development Organization, IDLO. I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Blair Atewe Wimbere, the Eastern African Wildlife Justice Advisor. I'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Faith Kembabazi, Executive Director, Children at Risk Action Network, CREN. Thank you for coming. I'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Aida Nachiganda, who is representing the chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission. Thank you for coming. I'd like to recognize the presence of Ms. Annette Tuhei Somwe, representing the Executive Director, Uganda Wildlife Authority. And I'd like to also recognize the presence of one of our panelists, Dr. Josephine Ndagile, the lecturer, Department of Public and Comparative Law, Makerere University. Yeah. Would like to extend special recognition to our development partners who have made this 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture possible. The Justice, Law and Order sector, JLOS, thank you so much for supporting us. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, we thank you for supporting us. We'd like to thank UNICEF for supporting us, and the Human Trafficking Institute, thank you for supporting us. And also Redeem International, we thank you for always standing with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short interlude, a health break, and request the Uganda Police Brass Band to give us some music and allow our guests to stretch a bit before we go on for the panel discussion. We'll have a 5 to 10 minute break, and then thereafter my colleague Jacqueline Okwi will take us through the next segment of our program. I thank you so much for listening.
Keynote, yes. Can go. Okay. It's okay. Can we please resume our seats? We are ready to proceed with the program. Let's resume our seats, please. Can we please resume our seats? We are ready to proceed with the program. Thank you very much, the police band, for that musical interlude. We are ready to proceed with our program. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to have an unpacking of our keynote address, and we're going to have this through a panel discussion. We shall have a moderator guiding us in the panel discussion, and this will be none other than Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal, retired Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal, you're very welcome to take your seat. Yes, let's welcome him with an applause. So Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal is going to introduce to us the discussants that we have for this 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, and he will proceed with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Chief Justice, all protocol observed in the interest of time. When I look behind me, I see that this is the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. But I also know that next year will be 10 years since we lost this gallant Ugandan. Time flies so fast.
Hello?
Seems just like yesterday when it was 2015 and she was assassinated. At that time, we had what we thought a very able team of prosecutors, and we thought we'd bring this issue to a quick resolution. Yeah, at that time we were very huge people manning the DPP. There was Justice Chibita, myself, and Mr. Amos Ngolobe. Big people, and we thought we would manage this thing in a very short time, but that came not to be. And we are happy that today I stand in front of you proudly acknowledging that a lot has been done and achieved in apprehending the criminals that were responsible for this heinous crime. So this morning, I'm going to have before you here a panel of very eminent persons, and I will be calling them one by one to take their seats. I'm also told on good information that His Excellency the President may arrive here anytime. So when that happens, the program will be interrupted and we'll go to another program and revert to ours later on, because the first citizen takes priority. So I'm going to introduce to you, first and foremost, Mr. Lino Anguzo, Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions and Head International Crimes Department, or DPP. This is the department that the late Joan headed before she was tragically taken away from us. Mr. Lino Okay. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency is arriving any moment, so this program stands postponed for later. Thank you very much.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Minister of Justice, the DPP colleagues, we are going to interrupt our program now. We're going to move into another program. The head of state is about to arrive. So we will all stand up. For our VIPs who are seated in front, the protocol is going to guide you on sitting on the other side. You will be shown your seats, so just stand up, and the protocol will guide you where you're supposed to sit. For the rest of us, my colleagues, you will just stand up where you are, and we are going to turn our seats facing towards the shed on that side. And so you will just stand up where you are, just turn your seat around, and then we will face that side. And then we will continue with the rest of the program from there. We will resume with the lecture after this next program is done. Ladies and gentlemen, the President is arriving. The Honorable Speaker, the Chief Justice, and request all of us to be standing to receive him as we wait for further communication on the next program. The national anthems will be led by the police brass band. We will only sing one stanza of each anthem. Please, only one stanza of each anthem, not three, as is usually done. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to join us at this auspicious occasion when we are holding the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. The prosecutors are here. They are very delighted to have you in their midst and very eager to listen to your wise words of wisdom. You're most welcome, Your Excellency, to join us at Kololo Independence Grounds this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be standing. Your Excellency, the President, the Right Honorable the Chief Justice and Constitution,
and she sells this milk at 700 shillings per liter. And she says monthly she actually makes 1,428,000 shillings monthly. And this supplements their salary. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. for your intervention, and we remain expectful that the remaining 250 million will be given to us, and it will even do more. Thank you. Your Excellency, in line with your cherished vision of turning Uganda into a middle-income status, there is a greater need for all of us as public actors to channel our efforts to contribute towards the promotion and protection of business enterprises and innovations. When investors are protected against crime, the levels of investments increase, more investment is actually attracted, employment is created, and the government collects sufficient tax revenue necessary to meet our national goals. The ODPP deemed it important to create the Investment Crimes Prosecution Unit to specific. Is Jonathan Mwaganya here? Yes, we have Jonathan Mwaganya there, is the head of that unit, and we have given him 3 other state attorneys to help him. And this unit, Your Excellency, will manage and prosecute cases which are investigated by the State House Anti-Corruption Unit of Brigadier Isoke. Isoke was here with us. The State House Health Monitoring Unit, the State House Investment Protection Unit. Your Excellency, I believe that in this era, prosecution should not only be restricted to taking people into the court system and locking them up in prisons, but should as well be aligned in a way that directly contributes to our national development. And of course, Your Excellency, this is what you have said before. The Honorable the CJ said the same thing. The African traditional system of handling cases has always been there. And I come from Karamoja. The Karamojong fear being confined, to be in prison. That's why when they are caught, they tell the truth, and they don't actually expect to be punished too much. They just expect that you pay back something and you're left to go. And we have actually sentences for every crime in Karamoja, even for murder. When you murder, you have to say sorry, and you're fined 60 cows, and then you say you should not do it again. But also, if you come when you say that, no, after all I've killed, I can pay the 60 cows, they will not accept. The elders will not listen to you. So there's retribution, and that's what you have been talking about, Your Excellency, and the Right Honorable the Chief Justice. Your Excellency, we are aware of the many competing priorities that require funding through the limited national resource envelope. It's however important for us to report to you, just for planning purposes, that despite our wide mandate, many of our priorities have remained largely unfunded and underfunded. This has continued to hinder the fulfillment of our constitutional mandate, which is also in line with your presidential manifesto priority area of ensuring justice and equity. The ODPP still grapples with the following challenges, Your Excellency. Understaffing. We are in need of another 455 prosecutors so that we can be effective and efficient both to our country, our sister institutions, especially the Director, CID, and my senior brother, the Honorable the Chief Justice. That's the judiciary and police. Your Excellency, with the judiciary recruiting more judicial officers, there are more magistrates than prosecutors. Ideally, Your Excellency, the prosecutors should be more, so that when others are in court prosecuting, there are others in office waiting for my brother Magambo to bring the files for people who have stayed in the cells and read them. But the situation is now the other way. We have more magistrates than the prosecutors. The ODPP currently has a total of 405 prosecutors. Your Excellency, we are present in 95 districts, but we have no office presence in 34 districts. I'm sure my brother Uhuru is around here, will attest to that. They're in my office every single day. We need a prosecutor here, Your Excellency, this translates to 30% national coverage deficit. Our dream is to ensure that at least every district should have at least one prosecutor, if not two. Due to understaffing, Your Excellency, the ODPP has not deployed a full-time prosecutor in 103 courts, some of which are really far apart. To address the staffing gap, we need at least the number I mentioned above, 455. But, Your Excellency, we do not have to recruit them all at once. We can request for a few every financial year so that we can support the judiciary and the police in handling the significant number of criminal cases in the country. We humbly request for your consideration in this area, Your Excellency. Apart from the staffing gap for prosecutors, there's also a severe staffing gap of support staff, such as the staff ICT officers, Your Excellency, secretarial staff, records officers, drivers, among others. We currently have only 271 in the entire country, against the approved structure of 623, making a staff deficit of 352. Your Excellency, our current overall staff levels are at 45%, which is below the required minimum public institution staffing level of 50%. Given the sensitivity of the work that we do and the emerging threats, Your Excellency, the security for officers and property is very key. This, however, remains underfunded. Your Excellency, land-related crimes are on the increase across the country, from land grabbing, land disputes. This often leads to a commission of other offenses, Your Excellency. Offenses like murder, assaults, rape, destruction of properties and businesses, among other crimes. As an institution, Your Excellency, we have a department focusing on land crimes. We also have guidelines for management of investigations and prosecution of land crimes, Your Excellency, which you launched in 2022. This streamlined the roles of key stakeholders and the procedures to be followed when handling land crime. We recognize the need for collective effort for enforcement against the perpetrators of land crimes throughout the country. Your Excellency, the last 3 days from Monday to Wednesday yesterday, the prosecutors from all over the country were gathered at Africana. And the topics, Your Excellency, that was discussed extensively was how do we deal with land crimes? Because there are so many of them, and many people are taking advantage, especially now that we have it starts from the land registry, and then it comes to the police, then it comes to the security agencies, then it comes to the office of the DPP, then it goes to the courts. And Your Excellency, now we also have the defense lawyers, the lawyers in private practice. And there is a thin line between a number of offenses like criminal trespass. Someone just brings a case of criminal trespass just so that the police swing in action and take away the person to prison. And when the person is in prison, Your Excellency, even if someone is there for just 2 minutes, the land is already transferred. So there is a need for us to sit together and see how do we handle these land crimes. Maybe some of these crimes are the ones we should take back to the community, that they should be handled traditionally. They know the boundaries. And how do you bring land cases here? Now the criminals know that for a case to delay, take it to court, and it will stay there for 20 years. So, Your Excellency, that's some of we have recommendations that we have come up with, and we shall have to see how to take forward this to other agencies, and we work together. Your Excellency, I have listed a number of ODPP challenges. I am aware of the many competing demands against the limited national resource envelope. Your Excellency, I grew up and my mother had oars for all of us. We used to dig using oars. And Your Excellency, when we go to the garden, she gets, I don't know how to say it in English, but in Karamojong we say epelo. Epelo, you cut from there and you sow the seeds. You must dig up to there. Then again you cut, you sow the seeds. So that's epelo in Amana. And when it is coming to evening, she makes the last epelu, and then she sows. Your Excellency, if you must finish digging up to that where they have sowed the seeds, if you don't, two things happen. One, the birds will come and eat away the seeds. But the most serious thing is that it was considered as taboo. It was like kisirani, that how do you sow and then you leave the seeds in the garden. If there is famine that year, the problems will be in your family. And even the villagers used to have songs for people who do that. So, Your Excellency, I have two epelos that you have already sown the seeds. The first one, Your Excellency, is that our request is support towards the construction of the Prosecutors Academy. Your Excellency, prosecution is not taught in school. We actually learn on the job. So I'm sure that if the people we represent hear this, they will be scared. We actually learn on the job. And as prosecutors, we have all learned how to prosecute on the job. In recognition of the need for specialized training for prosecutors, our sister agency, the Internal Security Organization, my brother Oluka, was kind enough to donate 5 acres of land in Nakasongola for us to build the Prosecutors Academy. With our current budget, however, we do not have the financial capacity to undertake this project, and yet it is very vital in enhancing our prosecutorial skills so we can serve our country better. That's why I implore you today, Your Excellency, to favorably look into this particular request. Your Excellency, the second amana, we recognize where you have already sown the seeds, so we must actually dig it to the end before we go home. We recognize and appreciate the support you have rendered to the judiciary with the increased number of judicial officers and courts. The judiciary's presence is now seen and felt all over Uganda, though a lot still needs to be done. It is for this reason that we need more prosecutors to support the expanded judiciary and ensure effective prosecution service delivery. Your Excellency, as a second priority request, I also implore you to favorably look into this particular request too. Let me use this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank the Honorable the Chief Justice for his support towards the office of the DPP. The judiciary has been very instrumental in working with us to achieve our mandate through a number of initiatives. Your Excellency, there's plea bargaining, which is more like the African way of handling things. We have a number of cases which we have handled through plea bargaining, and it has helped in handling case backlog. Your Excellency, we also have the recently launched Constitution Bail Guidelines, Practice Directions 2022. There have been very timely intervention. The legal regime on bail was due for reform, and these practice directions have since harmonized the position on bail and has eased our work as prosecutors. Your Excellency, there is also daily hearings, which is practiced at the criminal division. This cannot be scaled to other divisions and to the circuits because of the staffing levels in the office of the DPP. Otherwise, people would not have to wait for long for their cases to be heard. Your Excellency, in recognition of your unwavering support to the office of the DPP, we have a present for you. And it is a present that is always given to sports people. It's a trophy. But for us as prosecutors, we said we need to give you a trophy because you have been a champion for justice, a champion for the prosecutors. And we also humbly request you, Your Excellency, to present the award to the Honorable the Chief Justice for also being a champion for our interests. And to our keynote speaker, Your Excellency, she is our very own sister, Sharon Nyambe from Zambia. In conclusion, Your Excellency, with those few remarks, allow me to inform Your Excellency that the office of the DPP is always appreciative for your constant support and for gracing this occasion today. We remain steadfast to making the necessary improvements in delivering our mandate, and we request for your continued support. Am I saying lies, prosecutors? I say all this for God and my country. Your Excellency, may I take this, thank you so much. May I take this, Your Excellency, that standing ovation is for you. The prosecutors are so happy. May I take this opportunity to invite the Honorable, the Chief Justice. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord the Deputy Chief Justice, our keynote speaker today, distinguished members in today's function. Your Excellency, I want to say about 3 things before I invite my sister, the Right Honorable Speaker, to make remarks and invite you. I want to thank the Directorate of Public Prosecution for this institutional memorial which the late Joan Kagezi deserves and deserves profoundly. I was the trial judge in the Kampala bombing case when she was murdered, and when I summed up to the assessors at the conclusion of the case, I was very clear. I asked that they should not be moved by emotion, and if evidence were brought that any of the people who were being tried were responsible for this vile act of murder, it should not in any way influence their decision in the Kampala bombing case, because whoever did that will be tried elsewhere another time, and if evidence was brought, the court will do the needful. I'm glad to hear that some people have been arrested, and let me make it very clear. The ones who have been arrested are not the killers of Joan Kagezi. They are suspects. The people whose case is before the court of law are entitled to the presumption of innocence. And the due process will be followed to the letter and spirit. They'll be tried. If evidence is brought, they'll be convicted. If the evidence does not meet the required standard, they will be released. So, my sister, you have your work cut out for you, that these suspects will be subjected to the due process. Your Excellency, the killing of Joan Kagezi brings out the vile that we have in our modern ways of life. In the African setting, in our anthropology, it is unthinkable to take a woman's life, even in war. One, you do not kill a woman, you do not subject a woman during war or whatever it is to sexual abuse. And long before the Geneva Convention of 1949 and the subsequent protocols, the African had already practiced the rules of war that our brothers and sisters in the West thought about in 1949. That when you go to war, there's no abuse. When you capture somebody, you don't kill somebody in cold blood during war or any other time, and so on and so forth. So the killing of Joan Kagezi is the more powerful in that we've run away from our African culture and somebody has the audacity to take a woman's life and take that life in the presence of that person's children, that would have been unthinkable in the African setting. But here we are. We must deal with it. Finally, Your Excellency, transnational crimes or international crimes are complicated. The people who deal with that, the people who engage in that enterprise are sophisticated. They are connected with the fourth industrial revolution, where IT is now the order of things, the order of the day. They are sophisticated. They use the IT to commit these crimes. Why am I bringing out this? I'm augmenting the appeal by the Director of Public Prosecution. There is need to strengthen the investigating capacity in this country. There's need to strengthen the prosecuting capacity in this country and the adjudicatory capacity in this country, so that when people are brought, when these acts of terrorism, trafficking in human beings, subjecting them to all sorts of abuse, when the matter comes up, there is quick and effective investigation, quick and effective prosecution, and the courts of law pronounce themselves. That's the only way we can make Uganda a no-go area for this type of activity. If we do not, Uganda will turn out to be the beehive for these vile activities, and I think that will not be good for anyone here. We have the ICD, International Crimes Division of the High Court of Uganda, with universal jurisdiction. Universal jurisdiction, Your Excellency, means you can commit a crime in Japan, but the ICD of Uganda can try you. If you present yourself here, or if you think you can run away from here, from there and come, bring yourself here, or you can commit a crime here, and the International Crimes Division of Uganda with that jurisdiction will try you. We need to strengthen these arms of the justice sector, the justice system in this country, so that we rid our country of this dirty enterprise. With these few words, I thank you for finding time to come and honor the memory of Joan Kagezi, and also to invite my sister, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, to make remarks and invite you to speak to your people. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Justices of the Courts of Judicature, the Honorable Minister of Constitutional Affairs, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Honorable Members of Parliament that are present here, Honorable Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome all of you for this lecture. You're most welcome. My sister Jane, I want to thank you so much for inviting me to come for this memorial lecture of Jane Kagezi, and how blessed you are to have all the three arms of government in this. Your Excellency, the 7th Memorial Lecture of Jane Kagezi, the theme of this lecture is Prosecution of Transitional Organized Crimes to Foster Security and Socio-Economic Development, the linkage between terrorism, human trafficking, and smuggling of migrants. That is the theme of today, and that coincides with what the DPP has been saying and the Chief Justice has been saying, and it is our responsibility as a country to ensure that we eliminate that. As such, on occasion, the inspirational words of Ronald Reagan echo in my mind in the quotes, and if words cannot repay the debt we owe these men, surely with our actions, we must strive to keep faith with them and with the vision that led them to the battle and the final sacrifice. And that's what we should do as Ugandans. Today, we gather here to celebrate a great lady. Today, we gather here to celebrate a great lady and a servant of this country in the name of Joan Kagezi, who was murdered in cold blood, as it has been said, during the course of her duty and in front of her children. What a pain to the country, to the women of Uganda, and to all Ugandans. This lady was murdered in cold blood. A woman who paid an ultimate price for diligently serving this country, which she called her home. And that is the same suffering some women are going through for serving this country diligently. And Your Excellency, the women only get comfort out of you, because most women are suffering for serving this country diligently. If you hear what Honorable Jane is saying, that she has a catalog to serve, we must be able to help her to achieve the catalog that she wants. Joan Kagezi was one of the committed prosecutors. She was an exemplary prosecutor whose dedication was tragically cut short on the 30th of March 2015. Today we gather here to remember and appreciate the legacy that Joan left behind, and to inspire and influence the cause of justice and our beloved nation, Uganda, which you have led diligently to for all those years. And we appreciate you, Your Excellency, for the diligent service that you've given this country. We will never regret having a Yoweri Kaguta in this country. We thank God for you. From what I learned, Joan Kagezi was not just a prosecutor. She was a beacon of justice, a guardian of the rule of law, and a fearless warrior who handled the cases, the very serious cases that have been said here. The cases of Godi, the case, all those cases that were really very serious. That was a warrior, and the warrior that we have in President Museveni. He will always fight for our country. We thank you for being that warrior. Without saying so much, Your Excellency, you being the finance minister of this country, being the finance minister of this country, and for us, our work is to serve what you give us. It's just prudent enough that you find it in your heart, Your Excellency, for us to be able to support judiciary and office of DPP. And I want to assure you that as Parliament of Uganda, appropriation being one of our roles, who will support you unwaveringly. You have our unwavering support so long as the Minister of Finance and the President of this country, the Sebalwanyi, the warrior that was in Joan Kagezi, says, let me give my teams, my arms of government to solve their Ekatala. For your information, Ekatala that Justice Jane talked about is where you're given where to dig. You're given a line like this one, you must dig to the end. That is Ekatala that she was talking. Now she's saying you've given her, but you've not facilitated her to do it. So our request is that we facilitate the team. We appreciate the support that you give us as Parliament. We as Parliament, we are not complaining. We really thank you, Your Excellency, for the support you've given us as Parliament. And it is just our prayer that you will support other arms of government for us to be able to run this country, to support you run this country peacefully. Your Excellency, as I conclude, the corruption, I know we've been doing rationalization, and I want to thank you so much for bringing in the rationalization with the Minister of Constitutional Affairs. But there are also some ways that we can be able to reduce some of the powers. We can make amendments in some of these acts that we have for the minister responsible to have the powers to manage that institution. Some of these institutions is like putting a kid to bathe in a basin. When you're bathing a kid, you decide to pour both water and the kid. At least carry away the kid and pour away the water. So that's what we need to handle between me, your good self, and the Chief Justice. Your Excellency, I now want to take this singular honor to invite you to speak to the audience here, and I say all this for God and my country.
Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, the PPP, the guest speaker, all the members of the judiciary, and the prosecutors. I want to thank the PPP for and that's why she was killed. Now the killers miscalculated. And this is exactly what happened in the history of Uganda. In the 1960s, when we were telling the political leaders of that time, say, please, let's sit down and talk. Let's talk about this, let's talk about that. They wouldn't listen. They thought that it did not matter. Now, in the end, we had to sort out issues the way we sorted them out, which was absolutely unnecessary. Now, in this case, the killers of Kagezi thought they were smart. I know the CJ has told us to call them suspects. Yes, the suspects. The suspects. Now, these suspects thought they were smart, but they miscalculated, and now we have them, and many of them who sent them from Congo are dead because we have killed them. We have been attacking ADF in Congo, and I can assure you, many of those people have died. We have killed them. Now, Joan Kagezi lives on because we remember her. Because dying, all of us are going to die. The question is, how do you die? Do you die doing a good thing or a bad thing? 2,000 years ago, there was Jesus. He died. He died at a young age of 33 years. But now, even me, the son of Kaguta, is also a Christian. Following a man who was killed wrongly by bad people, by the Pharisees who didn't want the truth. And in the presence of a cowardly governor called Pontius Pilate. That man was a coward, Pontius Pilate, because he told these people, I don't see anything wrong with this man. Then these fellows said, no, you hang him, you hang him. They said, okay, you hang him, I wash my hands. Now, what sort of leader are you, Pontius? But now, all of those are dead and have been long dead. Jesus died, Pontius Pilate died, the Pharisees died. There was a man called Caiaphas. Caiaphas was the chief priest, the one who was pushing. Died long ago, they all died. But the difference is that we remember Jesus because he died on the side of justice, on the side of the truth. So this is exactly what is happening here. We are remembering Joan because she stood for the truth. Some of those who killed her are already dead because we have killed them in Congo. The problem with us, if you are still armed, we kill you, even if you are still a suspect. We kill you. So, if you want to be a good suspect, come out and surrender. If they come out and surrender from the forest in Congo, then they will have the chance to enjoy the temporary status of suspects which the law gives them. But in order for us to strengthen our country, it should also be a culture not to remember the people who die on the course of duty, but support their families. Because what can cause cowardice is for somebody to say, if I die, my family will be forgotten. I still have young children. Let me be careful so that I don't die and they suffer. So that means that we who survive must look after the families of the people who die struggling for justice. And this has been the culture of the NRM. When we came from the bush, we didn't have money, but you remember, I don't know whether you know, we built army schools, army secondary schools, army primary schools, where the children of soldiers and of the veterans were studying free. You must have heard of them, Nakasongora, Masindi, we had Jinja, we had the Kadogo school in Barara, they are still there, some of them. And the idea was, those people, some are still serving, some died, but let the institution look after the children of the people who died. Because if you don't do that, you will also be undermining the patriotism of the people. And I'm glad we looked after the children of Kagezi. I don't know whether they are here. Where are they? Go and tell these people where you studied. Go on the microphone. Both of you, even the girl. Torman, you are short. You are now at high altitude.
Your Excellency, I studied at the University of Kiel in the United Kingdom in my undergraduate.
University of?
Kiel.
Kiel, how do you?
University in the United Kingdom.
How do you spell it?
K-E-E-L.
Oh, okay. You know, you must be careful with the Banyankwera. If I put it in my... If I put it in my accent, you may not get the meaning.
I went on to pursue a master's degree in international commercial law at the University of Reading, also in the United Kingdom.
So what are you doing now?
I currently run a hospitality consultancy firm called Morton Sterling, and one of our primary goals is to reduce unemployment through empowerment of the youth to get into employment in the hospitality industry.
Very good. And the state was supporting you when you were there studying?
Yes.
Very good.
Your Excellency, I studied at Rhodes University in Grahamstown, South Africa, and graduated with a double degree in law and journalism.
What are you doing now?
I currently serve as a task force member at the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, making recommendations on policy, some of which I'm sure might soon come across you or have already. In addition to that, working with the International Labour Organization on a consultancy basis, working with refugees to place them into decent work.
You are only two. There was another one. The children you are two.
Yes, the other two are in Canada currently, studying their undergraduate degree. The one after me, her name is Pearl Kagezi, and she's studying a degree in marketing. And the last born, Pavi John Kagezi, is also studying a degree in undergraduate bachelor's degree in business in Canada as well.
And they are being supported.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Sit down, sit down. So I want to thank those children for using the support the government gave them to succeed in their studies, as you can hear. You can support children and they just don't want to study. But they were able to, they were young. I remember I met some of them, they were still young. But they were able to withstand the trauma and study and succeed. I want to thank the judge, one of our daughters, Lydia Mugambe, is that her name? She's called Lydia Mugambe. That judge is the one who kept informing me about these children. I don't know whether she's here. She's still in the judiciary? Huh? She's still in the judiciary. That one was also, she's a daughter of my schoolmate, Professor Mugambe, who was a nuclear physicist. But I think she was connected with this, she knew these children, and she kept informing me. So therefore, the two sides, the resistance by the freedom fighters, because Kagezi is a freedom fighter. She died as a freedom fighter. The resistance by the freedom fighters, but also the struggle supporting the children of the freedom fighters, so that they don't regret, they don't say, if my father had not died, if my mother had not died, I would have done this and that and that. When the freedom fighter dies, you who are behind, you must take control of the children so that they succeed. Now, finally, of course, the third element is to avenge the death of our people who are killed. That's what we are doing. We have the suspects. We shall not revenge on them, but we have them. But our friend Magambo has not. I remember I was participating in the hunt of these people, but Magambo, I remember these people were saying they were sent by some people. Have you got the one who sent them? Who sent the suspects? Tell us, please. Because these suspects they were saying they were sent, they were hired. They
Your Excellency, since you were the chief investigator and me, I was the ground operator, I want to assure you we have very good leads on the people who paid these people and sent them. And Your Excellency, as usual, we are going to brief you. But I'm worried, since the Chief Justice is saying they are suspects, we shall discuss and you guide us on how to proceed. But we now know them.
The ones who sent?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, the Chief Justice is right. The modern justice improved the jurisprudence of the Africans. So the improvement, it is civilized improvement. Because, you know, the Banyankore jurisprudence was akabwa keiba kaihura umugongo gwako, which was a dog that steals pays with its back. So beating suspects was part of the jurisprudence of the Banyankore. But if you see it rationally, it is not correct. Because if you beat a suspect, first of all, he may turn out to be the wrong person. But you have already beaten him. And secondly, and more dangerously, you can because the Banyankore, why they were beating suspects, was first of all to punish before trial. We suspect you, we beat you. But also, it was to oktatia, to make him confess. Now, with the beating, you could get somebody confessing when he's not the one, just to avoid being beaten. And in fact, in that case, you end up not following the real culprit. You now go for this person who has just said, oh, I'm the one, just because he's about to die because of beating. So, the improvement brought by this system is not bad. Is not bad. There is where it falls short, where I have a problem. Like, for instance, when somebody says, somebody comes to court and says that he can keep quiet. Keep quiet. With the Banyankore, to keep quiet is proof of guilt. In fact, the Banyankore, they will say, this man is a thief. Now, where he's not looking you straight in the face. To them, that was proof. Why are you not looking people straight in the face? You must be a thief. That's why you are looking down. So to say, I just keep quiet. Somebody has died and we're asking you. Instead of explaining, you say, I keep quiet. I think there we need to also improve, make our own input. But otherwise, I think the system is good enough. Now, finally, on the strategy, of building a young economy which had collapsed. I'm glad the prosecutors seem to be happy. Because of the MPSO, because of the small injection, and then that's what the Mnyankore says, na kwato munshaho otuwampaki. Meaning, I am still touching in my pocket, and then you ask me, what will I give you? So this is just the beginning of solving our welfare issues. But the guerrilla tactics I want to teach you is to decide when to do what. When I was with the CJ recently at the new building of the High Court of the courts, the new building, 2 of them, I pointed out that, you see, we the Bayekera, the guerrillas, we have the tactics of managing scarcity, because that's what we did. When we are budgeting, and I would invite the speaker, I would invite the CJ, we look at the whole budget together, because there's nothing to hide. There's no reason why the executive should hide there with the budget and then come to Parliament with the briefcase by the Minister of Finance. No. Just a theater, as if you are acting. You should all come and we sit. I will invite the speaker, the CJ, now we sit. And all the other people can be involved. The way we manage, like for instance, the multi-storied buildings of the courts, which we have just commissioned. These were built 100% by the Uganda government money. Now, and that's where the Kodio is. Some of the demands, especially the capital demands, need a one-time expenditure. You put the money there, like I think judiciary there will put, I don't remember the figure, but it was quite a bit of money. The building is up. The buildings are up, finished. No other expenditure on them except some small maintenance. But one problem solved. So if you have got those types of expenditure, where we say we need to solve this and that one time, and then we go back, because you see the hiring, recruiting people creates recurrent costs. Monthly. So you need to see, like I was telling somebody in the morning, suppose it's not the government, but a family budget. There are 2 issues. To buy a piece of land for the family, which is a one-time expenditure, or to send one of our children to get a university degree in a university where you pay. In my view, it is wise planning to tell my son, my grandson, or my granddaughter, say, can you have 2 dead years? Don't go to the university now. Let's buy this land first. Pay for the land. Because once the land is bought, it is ours forever. And it's a one-time expenditure. Then we can come back. My grandchild has had 2 dead years, and he will continue, but continue now, education of the grandchild with the land for the family. This is the vehicle I would like to teach you to use. The guerrilla tactics, how you manage. Because if you try to do everything at the same time, you will fail. That was part of the problem. So don't misunderstand this. These tactics of go, stop is not that we are not aware of what is needed. It is a question of how do you manage scarcity and you get growth. Because once the family has this year paid for the land, although the child has missed 2 years to go to university, but the family now have got what they did not have. They have the land now. The family has got a new base, has got a higher base than previously. Then we can come back to the recurrent. And then after some years, we handle something else, and so on. So therefore, for me, I'm very happy we are moving well. The country, the economy is growing, and will grow even faster. What we are planning to do, the economy will grow much faster than in the past. So I want to thank and I want to thank you for the patience, because for the government lawyers were underpaid for a long time, but you persisted. The victory is for the patient. Is it not when Muganda named one of his children, abari baseka bakole ki? Abari baseka tewali Waganda wano bannange. Abari baseka bakole ki? The Baganda are not here now. Abari baseka baje bandabe. You know, one of our vice presidents is called Baribaseka Bukenya. So those who are thinking that working for the government as a lawyer has no benefit, I think in future they will find that they missed the bus. And indeed, in the 1960s, it was actually much better to work for the government as a state attorney than to work in the legal private practice. This business of going into private practice came because the government collapsed. There was the collapse of the system. But otherwise, by the 60s, going into private practice was like a risk. While working for the government as a lawyer as a doctor, was a sure deal. So I thank you for remembering Joan Kagezi. I thank our daughter from Zambia for coming to talk to you people who are speaking in our Nyanja. I was greeting her in Nyanja when I knew that she was from Zambia. And I thank everybody for coming. Thank you so much.
Hear from you. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Your Excellency, the Director of Public Prosecutions, while she was giving her speech, said she had, together with the prosecutors, staff of the Office of the DPP, a present for you, a trophy. I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions to present this gift to you. My lady, the DPP. Could we please unwrap it? Your Excellency, this is a Champions Award. It's presented to you by the Office of the DPP. Your Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, President of the Republic of Uganda. Your support to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is immeasurable. You are a champion of justice. Now, Your Excellency, we humbly request you to present 2 other awards from the Office of the DPP to 2 key stakeholders in the presence of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And the first award is an appreciation award that goes to the Honorable, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Alphonse Chigamoy Owindolo, Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. The Office of the DPP appreciates your valuable partnership and support in ensuring the realization of its mandate. And the second award goes to Ms. Sharon Lesa-Nyambe, Head of Office, UNODC, and also our keynote speaker. The Office of the DPP appreciates your remarkable support and contribution, which have been instrumental in our success story of administering criminal justice in Uganda. And now, Your Excellency, we'll request you to have 2 photographs with us. The first photo will have His Excellency, the President, our 2 awardees, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, and the top management of the Office of the DPP. Members of top management of the Office of the DPP, please join them. And in the meantime, we take this opportunity to appreciate the Honorable, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the Minister of Justice for your presence at the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. And the second photo will have the family of the late Joan Kagezi. Please prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, still to come is our panel discussion. Yes, we're ready to have our group photo, our first group photo. Thank you very much. We shall now have the second photo, which will have the Kagezi family. The others can step down, apart from the front row. The DPP, you're still part of that photo. Thank you very much. Yes, Your Excellency, the President. Yes, the President wants to take a picture with all the prosecutors and staff. So can we have the prosecutors in segments or at once? All of us at once, and that includes myself. All right, because of the big numbers, we're going to do this in regions. We shall start with the Central Region. All ODPP staff from the Central Region. All prosecutors from the Central Region. And they'll be followed by the prosecutors from the Northern Region. Central Region first, followed by the Northern Region, and then the Eastern Region. The last will be the Western Region. Northern Region now. We are now on the Northern Region. Next will be Eastern Region. After the Northern Region, we'll have the Eastern Region, and lastly, the Western Region. Eastern Region, and the last is the Western Region. So we are now at the on the Western Region. Please come. Do the final bit as I go. Yeah, and take a picture.
Thank you very much, dear prosecutors, Your Excellency, We are making memories here today. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We understand your busy schedule, and so we will release you now. Thank you so much. And so, colleagues, take your seats so that we can have the anthems and release His Excellency to attend to other national duties. Please take your seats. The police band be prepared to play the anthems as His Excellency departs. The heads of the three arms of government are having a word. That is why this country is very stable, and you can see the coordination. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Can we all stand up for the national anthems before we see His Excellency off? Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Director of Public Prosecutions is so glad that you are able to join her and all of us. And now we wish you the very best in handling the rest of our national duties on our behalf. And for the rest of us, we'll remain standing until the President leaves, and the police band will thereafter give us a short interlude, and we can take a health break as we arrange for the rest of the program to continue. Thank you very much. His Excellency is departing now. We can take our seats, take a health break, about 10 minutes health break as the police band entertains us, and then we will communicate the rest of the program shortly. Police band, over to you. The DPP is seeing off the Speaker, the Honorable Speaker of Parliament, in the company of the Chief Justice. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for gracing this occasion. We are indeed honored by your presence, and thank you very much for coming. My dear prosecutors, thank you so much for gracing this occasion. The DPP will now see off the other dignitaries and wait for her to come back to her seat. The DPP and the Deputy CJ will now see off the Chief Justice. My Lord, thank you so much for coming. We are honored by your presence. The DPP will now see off the DCJ. My Lord, thank you so much for coming and gracing this occasion. The whole office is honored to have your presence. All right, after this short interlude, we will resume our previous formation. We just have a small bit of the previous program remaining. And so we will ask those who have taken a health break to come in quickly, and then we shall resume on the other side for another 30 or so minutes, and then we shall close our events for today with lunch, which will be served in the hospitality tent right here. So, fellow prosecutors, please come back to the tent, and the invited guests, we take our previous formation, and then we conclude our program here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the police band. We thank you for that music interlude. Next on our agenda, we'll have our panel discussion that has been shortened, and I will request none other than our very own former Deputy Director, Mr. Charles Alfred Elemogwal, who will be our moderator this afternoon. He will take charge and invite our discussants. And please, let's pay attention. I know that it's not easy to focus, especially after His Excellency had been here with us. We recognize other members who have joined us as we go along, but time is not our best ally. I thank you for listening.
That one is not working. Thank you very much, Baxter. As you have noticed, it is not easy to have another function after His Excellency has been on the scene. However, we'll try our best to make it as brief, but to cover whatever we intend to cover, to make it as brief as possible. So, as I've already been introduced, I'm called Charles Elemogwal. I've been, by grace of God, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, and I'm now retired. People like to say emeritus. I don't know what that means, but I'm retired now. So the first person I would like to come up is Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions and Head of International Crimes Department at the ODPP. That's Mr. Lino Anguzu. Mr. Anguzu is an Assistant DPP and the Head of the International Crimes Department of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. He's a career prosecutor with vast experience in prosecution of international crimes and terrorism cases. Lino was part of the team that successfully prosecuted the 2010 Kampala bombing case. He has worked with the ODPP for 19 years and is part of the senior management. This Kampala terrorism bombing case was presided over by the current Chief Justice, and the people were sentenced to life, to life imprisonment. Some of us thought that was a bit lenient, but there is the law, and it was also due to aspects of international cooperation which prohibited us from carrying the death sentence. Secondly, we have Dr. Josephine Ndagire, Lecturer, Department of Public and Cooperative Law, Makerere University. There she comes. Dr. Josephine Ndagire is a lecturer in the Department of Public and Comparative Law at the School of Law, Makerere University, and Principal Consultant, Gronstein Consult Limited. Her expertise, research, and writing covers areas in criminal law with a specific focus on the foundational and substantive principles in the Ugandan context, international and transnational criminal law, human rights, as well as law and development. Next, we have Commissioner of Police, Lydia Kantono. She's the head War Crimes Unit, Uganda Police Force. CP Lydia Kantono is a Commissioner of Police and the head of the War Crimes Department of the Uganda Police Force. She worked in the Directorate of Counterterrorism as an intelligence/investigative officer. CP Kantono is a certified mass crime investigator She participated in the Lord's Resistance Army investigations for 6 years, worked briefly as an analyst at the Crime Intelligence Directorate, and then joined the Criminal Investigations Directorate, the CID, as the head of the War Crimes Unit. And lastly, and of course not least, is Gabrielle Massey, Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute. Gabriella is the Country Director of the Human Trafficking Institute in Uganda, which works with and trains national prosecutors, police, and judiciary on human trafficking cases across the country of Uganda. She most recently served as Senior Special Counsel to the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, in Uganda, with the Human Trafficking Institute. So we have this eminent panel of most accomplished people, and we are going to have, we were allocated 40 minutes, but I think it could be shorter than that. But they're going to field questions that will be directed to them by me, and then later on, we'll have a chance for the plenary to also ask questions that may be pertinent. Thank you. So, I would like to start immediately with, education comes first. So, I start with Dr. Josephine Ndajire. Briefly, to give your comments on today's theme, which we have been attending to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The theme today is about prosecution of transnational organized crimes to foster security, socio-economic development, the link between terrorism, human trafficking, and migrant smuggling. So when you look at this theme, there are several issues that come to mind, specifically in the context of organized crime. We tend to see organized crime as an independent phenomenon, when in fact organized crime happens in a context of several other issues, political and social and economic. So when you look at the theme, it really reinforces the interconnection between organized crime and other forms of crimes. And what I want to really emphasize, and we've had this from the keynote address and previous speakers, is that it's important not to lose sight of its complexity and sophistication. And what that really means is that we are looking at sophisticated criminals. We are not looking at regular criminals. You're looking at businesses, and you're looking at players in government that sustain the enterprise of organized crime, whichever crime that might be. And secondly, I want to highlight the importance of paying attention to cognate offenses. Wherever there is organized crime, trafficking in persons or migrant smuggling, there will also be corruption. There will also be money laundering, because money needs to be cleaned up. And finally, I want to highlight the importance of ending impunity, because these crimes are very expensive, very difficult to investigate, not very well understood. There is a tendency to just look the other way, which then fuels the cycle. So in conclusion, I would like us to think more about this interconnection between organized crime and terrorism, which I'll speak on in the next few minutes in detail, and to highlight the interconnection there, but also to emphasize the importance of keeping abreast with the new developments, the high tech, and what that really means for prosecution. Can we accept newer forms of evidence? Can we adapt to newer forms of investigation, bearing in mind that organized crime has opened up new opportunities technologically. For instance, you're looking at identity theft. You are looking at electronic transfer fraud. You are looking at a disruption of widespread electronic systems, be it banking or hospitals and that kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've heard from academia. Let's proceed to the Uganda Police Force.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I will still ride on the existing protocol. In my remarks, basically today we are looking at transnational organized crimes with a focus of on human trafficking, terrorism, and smuggling of migrants. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to point out that such crimes are a contemporary problem or crime that is facing all societies across nations and across borders. And the criminals are getting much coordinated over time. What does this mean to us? It means that we have to be highly coordinated and we should have a holistic approach when tackling such crimes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We'll have prosecution to go next. Lino, you have the floor.
Thank you, Charles. The keynote address already dissected for us, almost in a nutshell, what organized crime is, what the nexus between organized crime, terrorism, trafficking in persons, and smuggling of migrants is. All these are organized forms of criminal activity. And so for me, I would like to focus on, so I think we need to focus on, because of the sophistication of this kind of crime, what are the challenges that you will face in prosecution and investigations over and above the ordinary crime when you're trying to combat these crimes? And we could think as well as what are the practical solutions or innovative approaches we can use to combat these crimes better in order to make our country a safe one. And so in my discussions, I would like to focus on that aspect for today and this afternoon. And I will be more than glad and willing to delve into the issue and share my thoughts on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lino. Now, you're next, Gabriela.
Yes, I agree with what my esteemed colleagues have already said, but I would also like to add that transnational organized crime of these types as human trafficking, smuggling of migrants, and terrorism require us to all collaborate together and to work together, and that is something, as the police have said already, we must work together in order to fight these crimes. There must be a collaboration between not only our government agencies across the globe, but also with the support of any support agencies, CSOs, UNODC, and if we are all acting as one, then we are better equipped to actually combat these very sophisticated and organized criminal directives.
Thank you very much. Now, having heard those opening statements, there are a few questions I may pose to you. And I would like the teacher to go first. In your experience, how do transnational crimes like terrorism, human trafficking, and migrant smuggling become intertwined?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So allow me to first demonstrate the link between organized crime, the organized crimes, which is trafficking in persons, and migrant smuggling. So whereas we had extensively earlier in the day that trafficking in persons involves coercion and deceit, on the other hand, for exploitation, you have migrant smuggling, which is voluntary. So here the victim participates willingly. They pay for a service in order to be taken across the border. But the link between these two is that because the person that's being smuggled over one territory to another is vulnerable in the sense that they lack proper travel documents, they have an irregular status, they are not exactly refugees, and they are perhaps economically vulnerable, they then become vulnerable to trafficking. So that's the connection between those two. Now, when it comes to terrorism, I would like to highlight that terrorism is a very distinct offense, whereas organized crime is primarily for profit. Terrorist organizations serve some broader ideological goal, be it economic, religious, social, or political. So how do then these two, the two organized crimes and terrorism, intertwine? In several ways. In the first instance, you have terrorist organizations engaging in organized crime in order to sustain their activities, to fund their activities. And without getting into much detail, because again, we heard that from the keynote speaker, you have terrorist organizations are engaging in human trafficking, for instance. Or you have terrorist organizations, there was this case of the Kagezi women, sending them back to their families and then getting money for that. So that's one way in which those two can intertwine. But secondly, you have terrorist organizations displacing. If they are in control of a territory, they will displace the population in that territory. So what that means is that the persons that were living in that territory will seek onward movement. They'll want to go to other places, either seek better opportunities across borders, and that's how they end up in the hands of traffickers and in the hands of smugglers. Then terrorist organizations might also exploit the smuggling routes. So which means that because they know that smugglers use a particular route, they will seek to use that route to move their fighters from one point to the other point. And relatedly, you also have situations where a terrorist organization might levy taxes, and we had examples in the morning of Al-Shabaab doing that. We also have ISIL using that and levying taxes for smugglers that are moving people through their territory. Then human trafficking involves sexual exploitation, and the UN Security Council has consistently stated that use of sexual exploitation or rape and other forms is a form of weapon in war situations. So what that means is that by engaging in these, terrorists are really using trafficking as a form of terror. They are terrorizing individuals. So I'll stop there for now and then let my colleagues add to that. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Here in Uganda, we have had vast experiences with the ADF. We know for a fact that children are sometimes recruited ostensibly to be trained, and then they are trafficked into the DRC, where they are trained to become terrorists. We also have a practical example of terrorists of the ADF when they kidnapped, I think, a lady called Magala. They kidnapped and asked for ransom, and that money was used to further the aspects of terrorism. They bought vehicles, established a school, and I think lorries for their terrorist activities. So this is not something which we are hearing in abstract. We have practical examples which we know about. So having said that, I next go to the police and ask the commissioner, what are the key characteristics of transnational organized crime groups involved in activities such as terrorism, human trafficking, and migrant smuggling?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Getting back to our lecture for today, where our keynote speaker pointed out in one of the definitions that these crimes planned and executed beyond borders. Indeed, that's one of the characteristics. You find the planning is done from one country, and then perhaps the transporters are got from one country, and the executors are from a different country, and eventually the execution is also done in another country. So these crimes cut across borders, and they involve a number of countries, more than one country. Ladies and gentlemen, the perpetrators of such crimes of terrorism and trafficking are highly coordinated with leadership and command structures. These structures may not be based in one territory or one country. Giving an example of the ADF and the ADF/ISCAP, while we have most of the fighters recruited from the East African region, majority from Uganda, they are based in the Congo, the DRC, and that's where they conduct their trainings. So they have the leadership hierarchy, they have coordinators, especially the external coordinators. They also have agents on the grassroots level. These groups normally target vulnerable persons. We've mainly seen them recruiting children, youths, and women. Of late, we've seen women being recruited and also being used in their outfits. We've seen women participating in recruitments and transporting. We've also had a section of women getting involved in fighting, but also in trafficking itself of victims. Then these groups, because we are saying the crimes happen across borders, they also operate time and again across borders. And the question would be, ladies and gentlemen, how are they managing to cross from one country to the other? One is that they are exploiting our porous borders, and they are mainly using ungazetted routes. And the terrorists, most times, because they know the traffickers have gazetted routes, they will also use the traffickers to help them, most times, smuggle their victims or the recruits. Then they have agents or contacts right from the grassroots, whereby when we look at ADF and ISCAP, they've used the smaller cells involving Salafism, whereby they mainly lure their victims into madrasas or Quranic schools, and eventually the story later changes, and eventually they get recruited and trafficked to the Congo. But also when you look at traffickers, they have agents who move in the communities and identify victims. They convince them for lucrative activities, businesses, only to end up being smuggled for exploitation. Ladies and gentlemen, just like the security does surveillance, these groups also conduct surveillance, especially on the security and the government systems. When you look at the borders, they have agents. They know what time the security deploys and withdraws, and those are the times when they really conduct their activities or move the victims. The groups have also, the key speaker noted this. I was hesitant to mention it, but if we have to deal with these crimes, it goes without saying. The groups have, because they have monies, they've exploited some of our corrupt officials in the systems, because it goes without saying. And if we have to deal with this, Mr. Modulator, ladies and gentlemen, we have to check our systems, because these groups are using it to obtain documents, but also to find their way to safely cross the borders without being arrested. Then they also have transporters. They have groups committed to transport their victims across borders, and these ones are paid highly to do so. Mr. Modulator, I can stop here for now, but those are some of the characteristics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. As you have heard, the fight against these vices would entail international cooperation. But international cooperation also needs some very tough nerves. For example, I had given an example of the terrorist bombings of 2010, when we had to cooperate with other countries, I think notably the UK. and they would not cooperate with Uganda because we had the death sentence on our books. So I think in such a case, Uganda correctly said no. If that's the case, we will not impose the death sentence. So this international cooperation can also be seen to be affecting our own procedures. Thank you so much, Commissioner. To you, Mr. Prosecutor. Recently, there's been talk about advances in technology and its use for nefarious purposes. I've just been reading about a new, I think, international instrument which covers the use of drones in terrorism. So, Mr. Prosecutor, how can technology be leveraged to enhance efforts in investigating and prosecuting transnational organized crime groups?
Thank you, Charles. I think I had the first presentation at the symposium, and I think I spoke about technology. One thing about technology is that it presents both a challenge and an opportunity. It presents a challenge because organized criminal groups have to rely on technology to achieve the objectives. But therein lies the opportunity in that technology provides law enforcement, prosecutors, the opportunity in order to detect and investigate the activities of organized criminal groups. And so where are the areas where we, law enforcement, can leverage technology to combat organized crime? Intelligence gathering is one of them. We can leverage technology to gather intelligence on organized criminal groups. One characteristic of organized criminal groups that I picked from what Commissioner Lydia was saying is they're very organized, they're very secretive. And so it is usually difficult to gather intelligence on groups like that. Our traditional intelligence gathering methods of putting informers and so on might be difficult. But technology can help us gather surveillance on this. We can monitor their communications, we can monitor their movements using technology. You're talking about drones. You can fly drones to see where these people are operating. And so that is one area we can use technology. The second, probably allied to this, is data analysis. So you can gather a lot of data. We can now analyze telephone CDRs using technology. It will tell you which people are communicating in which area and so on. And so that is one area, surveillance and monitoring. Two, interception of communications. We have a law on a regulation of interception of communications. It is one way of leveraging technology to assist in combating organized crime. And so you can now legally intercept communication between 2 or 3 people, which ordinarily will be very difficult in order to detect. And if you are able to intercept communication, and so you're able to collect evidence that you can use to prosecute individuals who are involved in organized crime. Also, evidence collection methods have improved with technology. We have DNA. We're talking about digital forensics and all these issues. That is all leveraging technology to assist with the combating international crime. But finally, maybe for this segment, we could talk about international cooperation. It is a lot more easier for us to communicate with our partners in other countries using the technology that we have in order to investigate. So I can ask my colleagues in Kenya to use technology to find out bank records for an individual, and so it eases the communication and also international cooperation in combating organized crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Lino. As you have gathered, like most things in life, technology is also a two-edged sword. It will be used by criminals and the good guys must also use technology to counter aspects of criminality. Thank you very much. So, Gabriela, you come from a country which is strong, I think, on victim protection. And we're still trying to develop ours here in Uganda. My question to you is, what support mechanisms should be put in place to assist victims in their recovery and reintegration into society? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Firstly, I believe that the implementation of the Witness Protection Bill or witness protection measures would be of very high importance. Keeping these victims safe during the duration, both before trial, during trial, and after trial, is of utmost importance because these criminal organizations, as we've discussed today, are very powerful. They have a lot of money, they have a lot of reach, and so they are able to convince or threaten or remove the victims from being able to participate with the trial, with the investigations, or also with just prosecution in general. And so these transnational crimes that have this power behind them, the countries also need to be supporting these victims. And this can be through witness protection, victim protection acts, as well as working with other organizations to provide shelter, psychosocial services, which there are a lot of these in Uganda already, but we always have more victims than we have the services to provide to them. Another thing that I think is of utmost importance is, as we've talked today, the ADF and these recruitments, they're highly recruiting boys, and there's not as many services or shelters available for male victims. And I think the expansion of services to include more male victims as opposed to only female victims is of high importance in order to combat these crimes and to successfully support the victims here in Uganda. And then another issue that we face is re-victimization, where victims that have been brought into exploitation of any type are then re-victimized. And I think that education and continuing services after the trial it has been completed is very important to prevent these victims from being re-victimized. So they get either education so they can have a job that they may not have been able to have before, or education about reducing some of their vulnerabilities that made them vulnerable in the first place, whether that's poverty or food insecurity or other things. And so these are some of the top ways that I think that we can move to help support and protect our victims further here in Uganda.
Thank you very much. I come to you, Doctor. You've heard about witness protection from your neighbor, but we have also come to realize that these crimes disproportionately impact vulnerable populations. What legal and judicial strategies can be implemented to ensure better protection for victims of human trafficking and smuggled migrants, while also supporting effective prosecution?
Thank you. So the first question we need to ask ourselves is, what are vulnerable populations? So when we talk about populations being vulnerable, who are we talking about? We are talking about the youth, unemployed youth. We are talking about women. We are talking about girls. We are talking about refugees. We are talking about displaced persons, generally speaking. And that follow-up question to that would be, so what are they vulnerable to? So if you're looking at women and girls, they are vulnerable to trafficking in persons. They are vulnerable to abductions, if it is a terrorist organization, and then being used as sex slaves. If you're looking at youth, unemployed youth, they are vulnerable to migrant smuggling. If you look at the prison population, it's vulnerable to radicalization, because once you're in prison, then you are likely, it's highly likely that you'll be radicalized into terrorism. So what then can we do to address, and mitigate the vulnerability of these populations? From a legal perspective or a judicial perspective, we could enact laws that recognize these vulnerabilities. So which then means that if a person has been incarcerated and maybe they have a disadvantaged socioeconomic background and perhaps they've been convicted, but if the judge, the judicial officers, and the prosecution are aware of this vulnerability, maybe they should be seeking alternatives to imprisonment. Maybe they shouldn't be sending these people to a place where they will get into problems and radicalization. Then secondly, we could enact laws that address the vulnerability of women and girls, alternatives when it comes to women and girls in conflict with the law, or those that are in conflict situations, or those that are just from disadvantaged backgrounds, in order again to limit the vulnerability to trafficking in persons when it comes to exploitation, be it promises of better life or economic opportunities, among others. So that is how I think we can address the vulnerabilities facing vulnerable populations.
Thank you so much. We come to you, Commissioner, on intelligence sharing, which I think is your forte. How crucial is intelligence sharing among law enforcement agencies in addressing the challenges posed by these interconnected criminal activities?
Thank you, sir. For those of you ladies and gentlemen who read the Bible, there was a prophet called Jeremiah. And each time he prophesied, actually he was looked at as a prophet of doom, because each time he prophesied, something happened. But to me, that prophet was always to prepare the masses about what was coming, so that the masses equally prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opening remarks, I talked about these groups being highly coordinated and the need for a holistic approach if we have to fight such crimes. Councilor was talking about technology. Right now we are hearing phrases like artificial intelligence, the dark web, cyber terrorism now, implying that as we get to the future, these criminal syndicates are getting more organized and they are getting sophisticated. Getting back to your question, Mr. Moderator, how are we benefiting and how are we coordinating as far as intelligence sharing is concerned? And how has it benefited us? One, we are saying that as we embrace information and intelligence sharing, we are seeing a proactive approach to such crimes, because once we have a proactive strategy, that means we are able to detect such crimes and syndicates before they actually execute their missions. Then once we share this intelligence in a coordinated and timely manner, then we are able to break the networks of such syndicates, because when you look at such crimes, no individual agents, no individual country is able to fight such crimes. So it's only through timely and coordinated intelligence sharing. Then once we bring our efforts together as law enforcement, then we are able to minimize on duplicating or competing in fighting this crime. That's why in the past, we've had issues where you find maybe one section of the criminals is arrested in Busia, another group of the syndicate is arrested in Mbarara, and then the two security agencies don't know that they've actually arrested a section of people who are part of the bigger criminal syndicate. So we are saying once we coordinate and share intelligence and come together, then we avoid duplication, and then we are able to holistically deal with such crimes. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we most times leave the fight against such crimes to law enforcement agencies. We think this is for the police, this is for the army, but that should not be the case, because these guys are These guys are highly coordinated, and I told you in one of their modus operandi, they have agents right from the grassroots. What does that imply? As law enforcement agents, we can't be everywhere. We can't be in every home. We can't be in every village. So I will still emphasize that it will take a holistic approach. Let's be a brother's keeper. What are you seeing in your communities? What is the civil society doing about the crime? What are the international partners doing about the crime? So it should be a coordinated effort, because we, as law enforcement officers, while we can share intelligence and we can do everything, we need your support, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, the last question to you, Lino. I don't know whether Rachel and Sam Wairaga are here. Are you still here? Because with these people, I used to be a boss in jailers. Because I was, of course I'm a boss, but I was a chairman. And one of the things Hello? Yes, we were unable to convince the police to follow the 48-hour rule, though it is a constitutional command. They would always correctly say that 48 hours is insufficient to carry out investigations in terrorism cases, especially any complicated case or any major case. 48 hours appears to be too short. And we used to tell them that that's what the Constitution says, unless Parliament changes the law and says, in these such cases you can extend the period. So this is a violation which is, I think, more violated than complied with. Now my question to you, Lino, is how do law enforcement agencies ensure a balance between enhancing security measures to combat these crimes while upholding human rights standards during investigations, prosecutions, and adjudication?
Thank you, Charles. The activities and the impact of organized crime, I think we need to recognize can be terrorizing to a community. And so usually the effort we use to fight back is almost to get back at them. And in the process, we make mistakes because we essentially sometimes turn ourselves into the very criminals that we want to bring to book. His Excellency was talking about beating thieves in Ankole, in their culture. And I think the question I understand you to ask is, so when we're trying to chase these very bad people, how do we make sure that we balance those interests? I think the first thing is to have a legal framework that allows you to do your work and achieve your objectives. We're talking about the 48-hour rule. It is flat. There are no exceptions. There is nothing. And so sometimes it can be a little bit of a handcuff to our law enforcement when you're dealing with organized crime, which is sophisticated, where you cannot investigate in a day or two, but you are sure that you cannot let this guy go, because if you let him go, you will never catch him again. And so we tie the hands so much. I think let us create, one way is to create an enabling legal framework and have guidelines that can allow these matters to be considered on a case-by-case basis upon justification. In our neighborhood in Kenya, the police are allowed to make an application to detain somebody for a period longer than prescribed by the Constitution upon justification. So how do we balance this? One is have a legal framework that recognizes the difficulties in addressing this crime, and also allows exceptions in deserving circumstances. And then we can train our people and educate them, train our law enforcement officers, the prosecutors, judicial officers, excuse me, police officers, investigators, about the rights, human rights of all suspects. The Chief Justice says we call them suspects until they are proven guilty. And then we, of course, have oversight mechanisms. We need oversight mechanisms like the Human Rights Committee in Parliament, which is always calling police and the director to come and answer. We have the Human Rights Commission. Those oversight mechanisms also ensure that there is a balance. We balance the legitimate interests of law enforcement with the human rights of suspects. And then we have other mechanisms like judicial review. If someone feels their rights have been violated, human rights, they can apply to court for review. And then other practice like transparency and accountability, collaborating with CSOs and international cooperation to make sure you speed up investigation of cases, and adhere to international standards in investigations. I think those are the ways, some of the ways. That's not exhaustive by all means. I think those are some of the ways in which you can balance the interests of legitimate investigations in combating these crimes with respect for human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lino. Now, final question to you, Gabriela. What role do international organizations play in among countries to effectively? Have you heard?
Yes, moderator, thank you. Well, I would agree, first of all, with the Commissioner of Police and the Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions that collaboration, and as I said in my opening, is so key in order to work together across all different areas, law enforcement, government agencies, and NGOs or CSOs. So international organizations such as UNODC, CSOs, NGOs, they play a pivotal role in assisting our government partners to address various challenges in transnational crimes, such as facilitating collaboration with other countries, victim repatriation, victim transport support, whether that's psychosocial support, shelters, education or other types of support, medical services, and many other areas. And so the CSOs, the NGOs, and international organizations can really help to support the government agencies in the work as far as combating these crimes. Because as we've discussed, the crime syndicates are all organized together. So if we organize together as multiple disciplinary and different parts of the same fight, we are going to be better equipped to fight together and to really support our victims, to ensure that justice is done, and to ensure that the criminals get the appropriate punishment when it comes down to the time of the trial in court. Another way that this can be achieved is also with mutual legal assistance, and these measurements can help the governments of different countries to work together and to also give the prosecutors the ability to know the full scheme of what these criminal organizations are doing, both in the origination country, the transit country, and the destination country.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Now that marks the end of this panel discussion, given the time which was allocated for it. So now, a round of applause. We want to go to the plenary, to the full house. For those of you who may wish to react, to ask questions, or make a useful contribution to what has already been said. So in case any one of you would like to take the floor first, feel free to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, please introduce yourself. Tell us which panelist you're addressing your issue to. But if you don't know which panelist to ask, you can also let it hang generally. And I will find it in myself to allocate to one panelist to answer your question or information which you may seek to have. So I now declare the plenary open, and we are going to field questions, observations, or comments. You first. Which one?
Thank you very much, the moderator and the panelists. My question goes to...
Your name first.
My name is Achwicha Samuel. I'm the RSA Navy. We have a scenario in Navy.
You said your question goes to who?
I'm directing to two people, to the commissioner and Lino.
Okay.
Maybe they can help answer. I have a scenario where some robbers robbed. They coordinated, as the discussion goes on, they coordinated right from Kampala here. They lured somebody to drive up to Nebi, and they robbed him of the vehicle. And this vehicle was taken and sold to Congo. Now, the key suspects have been arrested and they are in detention. Now they are saying this vehicle was sold to some prominent man in Congo. Now they are saying if they can be taken across the country, they can be able to identify the person to whom they sold the vehicle to. Now considering the situation in Congo, how can this be effectively done? Is it possible for these people to be taken to Congo to identify the person to whom they sold of this vehicle? And if possible, how can it be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have other questions.
Yes, my name's Socio-Economic from Champisi Child Care Ministries. Mine is a call to government and all people here and agencies that are dealing with the issue of trafficking, terrorism, and all others. One problem we face when we are dealing with victims is there is demand for resources, okay? I'll give you an example. We have victims at Champisi who need surgeries abroad, okay? And the problem we face is raising these resources, doing the fundraising. And I call upon government and all other agencies, can we create a victim support fund where victims of trafficking, crime, can get this money to support surgeries and the entire care that they need? Thank you.
You'd addressed your question to who?
It's not a question, it's a concern and a call to action, yes.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Backside is doing his things also. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Harriet Angom from Tororo region. My first question, I don't even know who to address to. I think to the commissioner. Two things have caught my ears during this plenary. Even today, the whole of today's program, the word is infiltration and intelligence sharing. We are talking of some people, some members of in the group of this, fighting this vice, terrorism. And we're again talking of intelligence sharing. how do you balance? You know, you have people who are working for the other group. And is it easy to identify? It is so scary that you are discussing with the people who are going to leak the information to the enemies. And that makes the danger of what we are commemorating today even to escalate more, because if we are together discussing serious issues which are very dangerous to our security, and in the discussion, there are very people who are going to leak it out. How do I address this? Then another one is an observation from the keynote speaker. We talked about recruitment. Everyone has talked about recruitment and recruitment. From my experience in the news station or the region of Tororo, we came across another term which I don't know. In the commercial world, I would call it manufacturing. I don't know how in the what we are now, the topic we're discussing, how it would be, but I'm going to bring the scenario and then maybe you will baptize it. We now have terrorists manufacturing their own, okay, let me say they are producing their own children. The other one is recruiting, the other one is recruitment. Recruitment, you get people who have already been produced. But here, terrorists, let me say a terrorist boy will go like in the market, befriends a girl, pretend to be like, they are cohabiting. After like 2 months, 3 months, you're in the camp. And you believe this is your husband, start producing, they produce children, they produce their own children. When you go there, you find so many others. I think they are victims who don't know they are victims. You treat yourself as a wife, you keep producing. After like 6 months, a child is removed from you. You have to prepare for another childbirth. So there was a camp in Butaleja. I'm talking of a live experience.
Please be brief and concise.
Yes, we found so many children, but these children call these people my father, my mother. And how do we term those ones? Or we should do research around that area if we want to curb this thing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Peace Bashabe. I'm a Chief State Attorney, Region Officer, Luwero Region. Mine goes to Gabi. It is on trafficking in persons. Yeah, of recent in Luwero, we have received cases of trafficking in persons. And you find victims are from across Rwanda. You do your best, police do their best, but as the person is remanded, victims, because we don't want to go back before they testify, we call upon these other institutions to have them kept. Now, back, they start getting pressure from the families. They sit, they start talking. How can it be done so that they do not sabotage the continuation of such matters? It also happens in forced and child marriages. Yeah, where the pressure now shifts from the prosecution and police back to the families where the perpetrators and the victims come from. Thank you.
We'll have the last one, you.
My name is Geoffrey Tuliam Sima from Kratos Advocates. I'll speak as a defense counsel. I practice mainly at International Crimes Division. If you realize very well, those are the cases of terrorism, human trafficking, and others, mainly international crimes. One of the main challenge I think the prosecution faces falls under infringement of those rights. I've interacted with many of my clients. Most of them were radicalized into this thing, not even knowing. But by the time they present them before courts of laws, their rights, especially torture, be it personal liberty, fair hearing, which is done by the security personnel presenting them before the press, even before they take them to court, are already infringed upon. Now that alone kills the case of the state. A very good example is the Katumba suspects. Some of them are my clients, if not all of them. The state has a very good case. But if one day they fall under, or the case falls under a very good judge, or in the hands of a very good judge, somehow, somewhere the case will die. Did they commit it? It is a decision of court. But there is something to be done, especially by police or security personnel. Another important aspect is, unfortunately, we don't have a judge on that panel. The issue of prison. We have very many guys who are innocent. By the time they leave prisons, they're already radicalized in this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, terrorism is in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, ADF is in Uganda. They work in cells, they work in families. They have ladies whose role is to only give birth. At 1 year, they take the baby to another person to radicalize. Now, all the state attorneys in this house, please take note of any file which comes before you and has elements of trafficking, elements of terrorism, any element of belonging to a terrorist organization. And this call goes to our boss, Honorable Justice. If need be, we need trainings of most of the state attorneys. I've gone before lower courts, and the state attorney is not well versed with the law in regards to international crimes. Not because they do not want to know, or they do not know, but the case has just been brought, and within a few seconds or a few minutes, they're supposed to appear. Now, if they find some stubborn defense lawyer like Geoffrey, I start to raise my human rights issues. I start to raise issues concerning this. Why? Because I have been in this area for some good time. Now, there is need for training. But above all, thank you so much.
On that recommendation for training, Her Ladyship is listening to you, and she's very keen on that. You even heard her ask the president for a prosecutor's school. So that's going to be done, I think. I think we are going to, unless there is some very burning issue, I think that should be the end. You have a burning issue? Okay, please be concise, precise, and let us not delay or stand in the way of lunch for these participants.
My name is Joycelyn Karungi. I work as a National Program Officer serving with the International Organization for Migration, IOM. I just wanted to make a call in terms of a coordinated approach to do with data. The data collaborative structure that we are still struggling with as a country in all our aspects of service. You find that we should have gone far, but we are only cut off by data and unavailability. And this also affects us not to be able to feed into the 4 Ps of prevention, protection, prosecution, as well as partnership. So it's a challenge. One observation over time is that we have this data, but we work in silos. So it's very important for us to put all the cards to deck, put the strings together, and see which data will work where. And that feeds into the technology aspect. Much as Lino talked about the opportunities, these are the challenges, that we have a tool, but we can't use it. During the World Against Trafficking, the ODPP, we were pleased to hear the launch of the tip map. That was a very good step in a good direction. But how is it married to the other tools that are existing in order for us to harmonize our data and talk in that regard, talk in a way that will provide for the different interventions that we are doing with prosecution? This morning, I had a chat with the representative from prisons, the deputy commissioner, and we were having discussions to do with onboarding prison, on our trainings, on our different discussions, because after the prosecution, someone is kept in Luzira or any other place. But we need this person for information. On our case, in terms of case management, we need this person to reverse their psychology and mindset so that they can be able to provide a better service than what they are doing under the carpet. So that all emanates from the data aspect that I'm trying to push for. Another thing that I quickly wanted to mention, all these submissions that have come through, we are talking about awareness rising. I've been happy to be part of the JK Memorial Lectures over time, and I would like to kindly make a recommendation that how about we push these memorial lectures to the subnational level, to the regional blocks that have taken pictures with His Excellency. We could use those as our task force, as our focal persons in the field, and then we create awareness. People need to know about these things. We visit different duty stations, and we find that the Joycelyn who was here last year was chained, and there's someone who doesn't have a clue about what we are talking about, and yet we need their hand to feed into the prosecution bit. So then we have to train again, talk about all these discussions again, and then somehow it creates a slowness in someone accessing justice, the long-awaited case file, because there's a new person in the office who needs to be trained, who needs to know all these structures in place. So we could do a mapping of the existing structures in terms of data and existing services in terms of awareness raising, and we see how to merge with those and spread them to the subnational level. I would like to talk to you about the World Against Trafficking, which is on the 30th of July. Every year we commemorate. We usually use that week to create awareness and to feed into those 4 Ps. We would humbly request, with your permission, that if it pleases you, you join us in that during that week, and we do a lot of work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the invitation. So now we'll give a chance to the panelists to answer the questions that have been addressed to them. You start. Lena will go first.
Thank you for all your wonderful questions and contributions. Samuel, in your situation, ideally, oops, sorry. You would need international cooperation, and that is what Lydia was emphasizing, international cooperation. Because there is nothing, you don't have jurisdiction to go into DRC, and so you need to ask them to help you. And therein is a demonstration of one of the challenges I talked about, the challenges with international cooperation. So if you have a country with which we have issues politically, one way or another, and then you find you cannot get the cooperation. So you would need the evidence. You want the vehicle, which is your exhibit. You want the suspect, in which case you need to extradite the suspect. So the question is, do you have a legal framework? Do you have an extradition act that allows you to extradite someone from DRC to Uganda? That is one. Does DRC have an extradition act, a law that allows you to extradite someone from DRC to Uganda? That's another. 2 is international cooperation in terms of exchange of evidence. Is there a mechanism for you to collect evidence from DRC and bring it into Uganda? But over and above this, your biggest challenge I see is the cost of international cooperation. It is not easy to get international cooperation done. And for crimes, it is not to undermine the profile of the crime. It is theft of motor vehicle, it's a vehicle. I don't know what kind of vehicle it is. Let's assume it is one of these ordinary Toyota sedan vehicles, which costs maybe in the region of 20 or 30 million. The trouble you will go through to get, first of all, the evidence from DRC, and your accomplice who is in DRC who purchased a vehicle, I can assure you, will not cost you a few hundred millions. That is even before you try this person. And so usually sometimes the question becomes, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it worth going through all that process? And then it takes very long. You'll be talking about a few months, minimum 6 into a year plus. So that is a demonstration of the challenges of transnational organized crime. It is organized because it starts from Uganda, it ends in DRC. And then all these challenges are just a demonstration. But ideally, in the ideal world, if everything was working perfectly, that is what you would need. You would need to make a request to DRC, demonstrating the connection of your suspect there and your exhibit there to the crime or the offense that has been committed here. And therefore, in most cases, I think after looking at that, we've tried to send a few requests to DRC, but they have been very unresponsive for different reasons. One is language. They are francophone, they speak French and everything, and we write our things in English. And so usually there's a language problem there, but also generally it's difficult to exchange things unless these things are done informally, cross-border things. If your local authorities there are in good relation with some of the authorities in DRC, usually they do them informally. They just pick the car and hand it over to you. But handing over the individual, usually it is not very easy for them to hand over their citizen or somebody from DRC to you. But they will probably return the car if it is. But you would have to go through the local leaders if you can demonstrate it. But your question demonstrates the challenges of fighting transnational organized crime. Harriet, you talked about terrorists producing their own children. Again, it is a demonstration of what you're talking about, that organized crime is long-term. They don't just wake up today because they're hungry and walk to the streets and go and pickpocket somebody. They plan even 10 years ahead. So you can imagine the children they're producing are from manpower 5, 10, 15 years ahead. And so you can imagine they think that is how far ahead they plan. And for us, law enforcement, unfortunately, because of our resource challenges, because of so many things, turnover of our human resource, one moment you're here, the next moment you're in another department, we like to do things, we're very reactionary. We only react to things which already happen. And so these gentlemen are 5, 6 miles ahead of us all the time. And so also your question is a demonstration of that. The question is, what do we do? Community engagement, probably, is probably the best. And then a lot of the other sensitization and the de-radicalization approaches that we can take. I think the rest of the issues are just observations and so on. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. RSNAB talked about the motor vehicle which is in Congo, and the suspects want to be taken to Congo and identify the motor vehicle. Counseling has handled the legal aspect of it. However, there can be other identifiers. Like during the transactions, I'm sure they signed agreements and perhaps they attached documents. We can use those details and perhaps communicate to our counterparts to try and identify where the buyer is, instead of risking suspects who can actually, it can be a trap to hoodwink you to Congo, and maybe they escape. But also the fragile condition in Congo, I mean, it's not worthy risking suspects and our security officers into such a situation. But again, we have the Interpol system, the international police, where Congo and Uganda are, and Interpol caters for wanted persons and stolen motor vehicles. Perhaps we can get details and then we write to Interpol to get to NCB Congo and we see what they can do about the wanted person. We don't know whether this person is a Congolese or a Ugandan national. Chances are that this guy will cross, because it's actually coordinated, they keep crossing back and forth. How about if they share details, like I'm saying? There should be, during the signing, there are details, either phone number or a photocopy of a national ID. We can get those details and we watch list this person. Opportunity will come and maybe this person can cross here and then we can have him arrested and he appears in court. Getting to Harriet's concern, how do we balance? Because there are times when intelligence or information is leaked. The bad apples in every system will always feature. However, we try to classify our intelligence and information. It's not for every level. What the directors consume at that level may not be consumed at the operational level. So this classification enables us to safeguard this information. But again, we also do what we call intelligence analysis. Assuming someone is sharing with us intelligence over time, and then we are seeing leakages, and perhaps the intelligence is not leading to anything fruitful, then we start questioning the source, and eventually we might either terminate or we might even carry out punitive actions. Then we also vet the people who provide intelligence over time, and even the people we work with within the law enforcement. We are vetted from time to time, and if you're found not so useful, then we discard you. But again, we have punitive actions. If we discover that you've, actually it is chargeable by law, if you leak sensitive intelligence information, then punitive action is taken against you. Then Angom talked about the victims who may not even know that they are victims. I'll give a brief story. When we were handling the case of Uganda versus, prosecutor versus Dominic Ongwen, we had a situation where a witness, a victim produced, she was sexually abused and then produced while in the bush and came back with a baby. And when she settled back in the community, each time the child went to play with other kids, the children would remind him, you know your father is a rebel. And the girl, the mother, felt really bad. Time came and she wanted to marry. But the young men around the village rejected her. Why? Because she produced with a rebel. So it took us relocating her completely to start a new life. And that's when she started her projects and eventually got another man to marry her, and then I think they have now 3 children, in addition to this other one whom she came with. So what does this point to? Gabi talked about the psychosocial support and sensitization. Our communities don't know. They don't know about these crimes, and they don't know how to treat some of these victims. We are not doing, while we actually, for the law enforcement and prosecution, we are doing a lot to investigate and prosecute, but we are not putting a lot of effort in psychosocial support. Someone who was kidnapped saw the mother being killed in that situation, and then you just want him to come to court and testify, and it ends there. Certainly that person requires support. But again, there is a component of integration. How are we integrating these people in the community? Do you just leave him to go? Or Gabi talked about the shelters. Most times we look at the women and the children, but how about the boys? Many of them have suffered. Do you just send them back to the people who actually recruited them and took them to Congo? Or do you put them in a better situation? So these are issues that we need to critically look at. Then Turia Musima, the Defense Counsel, talked about the infringement of the rights of suspects, which means there would be good cases. True, like I said, we have the bad apples. We cannot hide our faces in the sand. But Mr. Tuliamuleva, I would like to assure you that in the past, it has really been so bad. But also, the phenomena, these crimes were not so rampant in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we can agree. ADF came in the 1990s, it went down. Then we were only surprised in 2010 when Al-Shabaab bombed us. So that we were more reactionary. We didn't know what to do. That's why you see that we had the FBI coming down to support us. But over time, we've prepared, we've trained the people. We are working a lot in capacity building. And right now, we've together with the DPP, we are embracing the prosecution-guided investigations. To the extent that today, before I move out there to arrest, I'll first sit with Lino here, and he will tell me, no, Lydia, you have to do much more before you can apprehend the suspects. Then we are embracing the interagency cooperation, whereby initially we would even find the intelligence arresting, and then, but this time we come together and we're like, intelligence, what do we have? Who takes the role of arresting? Who does what? And DPP, the office of the DPP, is part of the interagency cooperation. Then two, we have our laws against torture. And the beauty with that law is that it embraces individual responsibility. So we are really trying much, Defense Council, to address such challenges. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They've addressed most of the questions. I just want to emphasize a few points. I'll start with a question from Mr. Idris, which was on the car taken to Congo after a robbery. So I would like to draw us to the fact that it's not by accident, or it just doesn't happen that criminals, organized criminal groups, will go to a jurisdiction where the legal system is broken, that is hard to reach. This is very deliberate in terms of strategy. They know that there are legal loopholes and they deliberately exploit that. It's very typical in transnational organized criminal offenses. So I wanted to draw your attention to that, and also to suggest that yes, they've given the short term, but long term we can look at encouraging countries to ratify the optional protocols, and to not only do that, but also to domesticate. And then in addition to mutual assistance agreements, which will allow cooperation. Then I want to add something to the responses Harriet has received, which is children that are born in situations of enslavement. So the legal term is enslavement. And enslavement is a form of sexual exploitation, which is trafficking, which takes us to the theme really we've been looking at today, which is that how do terrorists, or how does terrorism intertwine with organized crime? So this is a very classic example of a terrorist organization using organized crime, in this case trafficking of persons, enslaving people who might not even know that they are being used as slaves, or that they are victims, to further its purposes. Now the purpose might not only be financial, but again it could be to build its capacity, human resource in terms of fighters. And finally, I want to talk about Defense Council, and just to emphasize that, and to encourage us all to remain true to our highest aspirations, and to remain committed to our Constitution and to due process as outlined in Article 28 of the Constitution, which really means that the complainant's rights matter, but so do the rights of the accused persons. So if we are to guarantee their rights and due process, justice must be seen to be done. It's not easy, given all these tensions and the lack of capacity, for instance, but in the long term, it sends a very clear message that indeed, given the complexities surrounding the prosecution of transnational organized crime, we are still committed to holding ourselves to the highest standards of justice by not, for instance, like she said very well, not engaging in torture. Thank you.
All right, very briefly, I will address Peace's comments. Regarding the international victims, I think that it could be something to look into or an avenue, because oftentimes when we have international victims, they're either wanting to be repatriated back to their countries or there's pressures from other areas, that maybe we look at working with our judicial officers to see if we can have a way with international victims where we have expedited trial processes so that they can be there for the testimony. It's not just the bond hearings and they can be there for the trial, but it's also not delaying their repatriation back to their home countries. And also regarding child marriage or forced marriage, I think that, again, going back to the witness protection bills, and also to when we have victims that are having pressure, particularly financial pressure from some of these, whether it's the organization or their families, that we remind them that we have, you know, mandatory restitution under the Trafficking in Persons Act, and that compensation is also discretionary by our judicial officers. So there will be ways that they can possibly alleviate some of that pressure. I also think that sensitization and just education around some of the things, particularly the child marriage or the forced marriage like you discussed, is very imperative in order to reduce these types of exploitation in Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you once again. The President advised us that good things come to those who are patient. You have really been patient despite the nagging hunger which must have been coursing through your stomachs, but thank you for standing up to now. So, Mr. Samuel Achicha, your case seems to be an ongoing one. You have the Department of International Cooperation at the ODPP. Please continue with that case with them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel discussion, and I would like to hand over to Mr. Deputy DPP Bahamas, Baxter.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elem Ogwal, our moderator, and our panelists. A round of applause to the team. I believe they have done justice to the subject. I request that you resume your seats. Quickly, I would like to recognize the presence of Senior Commissioner of Police, Waswa David, the head of Counter-Terrorism Intelligence Division, Uganda Police. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Peter Sewachirianga, Executive Director, Champisi Child Care Ministries. Thank you for gracing the occasion. Ms. Sarah Virunji Kalibala, Director, Legal Affairs, Inspectorate of Government. Ms. Jocelyn Karungi, National Program Officer, Migration Management, International Organization of Migration. Thank you. Ms. Alison Kuikiriza Seru Chacha, Legal Manager, Capital Markets Authority. And Mr. Joseph Magala Haumba, Legal Officer, Capital Markets Authority. Ms. Rita Aiwelo, Legal Officer and Communications Officer, Willow International. Ms. Mariam Navatanzi, Director, Company Registration, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Ms. Clara Kagusuma from Tumsime Karega and Company Advocates, representing Senior Counsel Magdusma and Karega. Mr. Wycliffe Mutawule, the Vice President of Uganda Association of Prosecutors, and also from the Inspector General of Government, Ms. Immaculate Angutoko, the President of Uganda Association of Prosecutors, and Mr. Baguma Batson, President Emeritus, Uganda Association of Prosecutors. We would like once again to thank our partners, JELOS, UNODC, UNICEF, HTI, and Redeem International, who made this memorial lecture possible. Thank you so much for standing with us. I'll request Irene to come and usher our invited guests and the top management to the hospitality tent for lunch. And Irene will be assisted by Miss Barbara Kauma, Miss Vicky Navisenke, and Miss Winifred Aimbisiwe. Please usher our guests and the top management. Now, the rest of us, our ushers will be guiding you. So let's stay put. There are plenty of eats and drinks. So, bon appetit. Thank you so much for coming. And Johnny Mass is back. And please keep responding to the call wherever our director calls you to attend. You've really pulled it off, and you've made her proud. Please clap for yourselves, gallant prosecutors. Now, that was a hand clap for me. Please clap for yourselves. Serious. Thank you so much. So, Irene, please take. So, God bless you and enjoy your lunch.
Uganda Police Band, you can give us some melody as we step out for lunch now. Colleagues, thank you so much for coming. This concludes our activities here at the 7th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Our colleagues who have traveled from far and wide, thank you so much for coming and being with us since Monday. The director has asked me to convey her appreciation to you. All our invited guests, please make your way to the hospitality tent. For the prosecutors, we will follow the invited guests as soon as they are done. We will follow. We have enough food. And I have been told we can be here for as long as we wish after lunch. The sitting there is very comfortable, so we shall interact more and have more conversation at the hospitality tent. Right now, you can get up, stretch your legs, interact with your colleagues, take a call of nature as you wait to be ushered into the sumptuous lunch, which has been prepared by the director. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. Safe journey back to your stations tomorrow, and God bless you all. someone lost, probably misplaced or lost a photo in a frame photograph at Hotel Africana today, yesterday. If you came across a framed photo in Hotel Africana which doesn't belong to you, or you packed it with your things inadvertently, please approach me and notify me so that we can get the photograph to the rightful person. All right. To my team, the chairman, organizing committee for this function, Mr. James Odumbi, the deputy DPP, the accounting officer, who is also under secretary, Miss Agnes, the entire organizing committee, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you did and for all your efforts. The sleepless night, our rapporteuring team, we recognize you and we thank you so much. And my colleagues and fellow MCs, David Baxter Bachibinga and Jackie, thank you so much for pulling this off. We will see you again next year at the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Thank you so much, and with those very many words, I sign out.